So, today we're going to be starting a new game. Normally, I wouldn't start, playing horror games until at least October, but might as well start it early. This game can be a little long, not super long, but a little bit. Honestly, depending on I guess just how long I take. Honestly, this is like a type of game that you can just sit down and play for hours, despite it coming out in like 2004, I believe, is when it came out. We're going to be checking out Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines, which is a very, very interesting game with a very interesting following. Um, and I know you say interesting a lot, right? But that's a good way to describe this game. That's for sure. So, let's talk a little bit about Vampire before we actually jump into the game. So, this is technically a horror game. Not in the traditional sense of like, oh, jump scares and all that stuff. But instead, it's more of a psychological type of horror game, which is usually my favorite. That's why, we play a bunch of Cthulhu stuff. But we will be doing other like supernatural horror games and stuff like that as time goes on. But in general, psychological horror is usually my favorite. And that's what this game does. Even as a tabletop like game, it's more about the psychological aspect of things. And well, as the title suggests, it is about vampires, right? But it's not like typical vampire stuff the way most people might know it. So let's talk a little bit about the World of Darkness itself. So, as I mentioned, Vampire the Masquerade was a tabletop game set in the World of Darkness, which was published by White Wolf, or created by White Wolf, which is the company. Kind of like how, you've got Dungeons and Dragons with their own company. I forget who the hell did it already. I had it at the tip of my tongue, and I'm like, fuck. This is gonna fucking kill me. Hold on. I'm gonna look it up. I don't wanna I don't want to seem like fucking stupid here. TSR. I didn't even have to look it up. The page hadn't loaded. Just like how TSR was like publishing Dungeons and Dragons for a while, a White Wolf was publishing stuff for the World of Darkness. Now, World of Darkness isn't just limited to Vampire the Masquerade. There are many scenarios, games set in the World of Darkness as a whole. So, for example, the World of Darkness or the World of Darkness itself is, say, Earth, right? But on this Earth, or on our Earth, there are mythical creatures that do exist. So, for example, you've got werewolves, you've got vampires, you've got mages, wraiths, changelings, and then they have really obscure ones. I think one of them was, there was Geist, which is pretty weird, which no one played, unfortunately. And I'm not sure, was it Geist or was it Wraith? One of them is like one of them is like, the whole setting of it is you play as a person that died, and you kind of have to deal with others who are suffering in this like limbo, and you kind of just have to like talk to them and help them move on from the limbo that you're in. And there's like politics and stuff like that in this limbo, and it gets fucking crazy. But VTMB, or just vampires, I'm going to be calling it from now on, is of course set in the World of Darkness, and there's been 3 iterations, if I recall. So you've got vampire in the old World of Darkness, the old World of Darkness being like medieval times. So you've got like Victorian vampires, or stuff like that. And then you have the New World of Darkness. The New World of Darkness came out in the, I want to say 90s. The information I have off the top of my head on VTMB isn't super polished, because I haven't thought about this game in a while. But if I recall, the New World of Darkness is set sometime before the millennium, so before the year 2000. And the general gist of a lot of the game is that, computers are a thing. Cell phones are a thing now, and that's about it. Like the internet is still relatively new, but there's a lot of hacking, there's a lot of security, stuff like that. So a general overview of Vampire the Masquerade again is just basically that. You play as a vampire in the 90s in a world, sorry, in a region of the United States. I can't remember the exact factions, but I know the main like scenarios are California, New York, and if I recall, Texas had the like most like settings and stuff written for it. California being one of the more popular campaign settings. And Vampire is a very, like I said, interesting role playing game if you're playing it as like a tabletop sort of thing. Because excluding the general tabletop, Vampire was really popular with like LARPing. So live action, is it? Yes, live action role playing game where you dress up as your character and you have combat that way. You act out a scene that way. And there's been a lot of like, I'm pretty sure if you look up like LARPing stories of VTMB, you'll find some interesting stuff. Like, say, I don't know, some new person is a new vampire in town, right? And I don't know, they haze the guy. He gets kidnapped, literally. Like they'll tie him up, they'll tie his character physically up, throw him in the back of a van, drive him out into the middle of the woods. They'll tie him to a chair, and they'll like spray holy water on him, things like that, right? And he'll be like burning and like screaming in agony in this abandoned like farm, and that's like part of the fucking role playing. So things like that will happen. I don't think holy water does much, but some shit like that. Like they'll throw, I don't know, they'll bust out fire or some shit. I don't know. It gets wild. And the game we'll be checking out is set in the New World of Darkness, which is, or the New World of Darkness, which is in the 90s or early 2000s. And more of that stuff will be covered as we go into the game and we actually started. This title is very good at establishing the world and telling you how everything works. Politics, how all this stuff works. I'll try to fill in the gaps for whatever I end up remembering or whatever isn't really covered, and I'll try to cover it myself. But overall, this game is really interesting. So now let's talk a little bit about the video game itself. Now that we kind of have a general overview as to what like the World of Darkness is. So the game itself, when it came out in like 2004, was kind of bad. Like really, really, really bad. Not in the story department, but in the everything else department. Mainly gameplay and stuff like that. The game itself, when it came out, was outrageously glitchy. I think if you play the Steam version, we're not going to be doing that. But if you play the Steam version, I believe it is like version 1.2 or some shit. This game had a very troubled development, unfortunately. So essentially when it came out, it was kind of rushed. A lot of things happened. Some of the source code for what they were planning to use for the engine was like stolen, if I remember, and it just kind of went super downhill. That shit sucked. The game came out, and then the developers, I think that was the last game they made. It was Troika Games. Let me see if that was the last thing they fucking developed, because I know it was published by Activision. Yeah, the last game they made was VTMB Bloodlines. So that's a shame. But essentially, the game came out. They released like a final patch for it to try to, minimize as much of the damage as possible, right? That the game had, because it came out with a lot of fucking bugs. And then that was it for a while. And then there came about a set of like really, really, really dedicated fans that basically worked. I think it was actually one dude, and then eventually more people started helping out. But essentially, a small group of fans worked on patching the shit out of this game for like 10 years. And I think they're still doing it. Not because it's like it needs to be patched anymore, but now they're just like adding like custom content. I think they've added like custom classes, new races, or sorry, not new races, but new clans that weren't available in the original game, stuff like that. The version we'll be checking out will be from GOG, or Good Old Games, because the version that they release is the 10.2, I think, unofficial patch version, which is amazing. Because again, GOG really likes to make games, or well, release games that are going to work on a modern system. And if you buy essentially any fucking game from there, even if it was made in like 1990, if it was made in the 80s, it should run on anything you have because of how they just package all this stuff. And it's really great. And again, that's why I love GOG so much. But we'll be checking out via TMB again for PC. And let me actually just get that up and running here. So, swap on over to here. And then it should start. Because this is one of those, well, since it's such an old title, it doesn't have borderless gaming, or a borderless window option, in the sense that I can't, like, say, move my mouse to my other screen and then just click there. It'll just close it, or it'll minimize the title. So, it should be, oh, not yet. Okay, we'll get to the main menu, and then, I'll check this. And there we go. Alright. So, here is the main title itself. I do just want to check a few things real quick from the side. Okay. So, seems like it's loading, actually. I think I pressed the key by accident. Okay, well, we'll start a new game, doesn't matter. Alright then. So, I don't think this was originally, or in the original, like, version 1 point something. When I first played this game, it was ages ago. Like, 2009? 2010 was when I first checked this game out. So it was a long ass time ago, that's for sure. But like I said, eventually this got added, I think. So we could answer a series of questions, and it would kind of help you find out, like, hey, what vampire you might suit you best. Because there's a bunch of clans in this game. I think there's like 8. We'll go over them in a little bit, but I know already what I'm gonna go for. I'm just gonna double check audio levels one more time here. Just give me a second. Just a little bit. There we go. That should be a little more manageable. So, we're going to go directly to the character sheet, and we're just going to focus on that. So, there are a few races here. You've got your clans, right? And then, well, if you want to be male or female. So, let's start all the way from the top. So, we look here. Well, actually, let's already get the name I was going to use. So let's just stick to, well, we'll show both. We'll show male and female off. So up here, you have the actual clan like logo on the top left. Also, I just realized my mouse is being captured, so you can't see it. But on the top left, there you see the upside down V. It's kind of like an anarchy symbol, just turned upside down. So we're starting off with Clan Bruja. So Bruja are passionate idealists and rebels, more likely to fight for their rights than write protest songs. In life, most Brujas sought social change, and in undeath, most clan members commonly seek the creation of a vampiric utopia. As militant radicals, they are renowned for their combat skills, but are also more likely to frenzy due to their hot-bloodedness, so to speak. They receive a +1 to their unarmed feats, but are penalized with a -2 to all frenzy checks due to their zealous natures. So, as I mentioned a bit ago, which I forgot to go a little bit more into detail about, the psychological aspect of this game is, well, yeah, you wake up basically as a vampire. You get sired in some way, shape, or form, and you are now part of the vampire world. And it sucks. You don't want to be this thing, because you are now literally a predator, as in, you do feast on human blood, right? You now need this sort of nourishment. The world you once knew no longer exists. You cannot, you cannot go back to your old life. You are now this creature that is an abomination, basically. It's not supposed to exist. Vampires aren't supposed to be a thing. All you knew is that you were a human. All you knew was like regular human things, but all of a sudden now vampires are real, right? And you have this like beast inside of you that constantly wants to get out, and you have to try to fight to suppress that. And that's kind of like the big psychological aspect of this game, and that's, it's pretty cool. It's a pretty dark concept overall, and if you really get into the roleplay aspect of this game, it can get very emotional. It can be very just wild overall. But so here is the male Bruja. They basically kind of just look like thugs, honestly, in most cases. If you look at the female Bruja, you'll kind of, see what I mean. Then we have the Gangrel, or Gangrels, either ones. So it's female, it's male. There's not some psychosis. So Gangrels are wild loners that are the most in tune with the beast within, which I just mentioned, allowing them to shapeshift into more beastly forms. Nomadic in nature, Gangrel care little about vampire politics and prefer to dwell and hunt in the outskirts of society. Because of their animalistic nature, they receive a +5 to strength, stamina, and wits during a frenzy. However, because of their inherent feral nature, Gangrel receive a -1 on all frenzy checks. So while Brujas are more, out there, and they will be more direct with fighting for their cause physically, Gangrels are kind of like the opposite. If you read any of these supplement books, like for example, just the player's guide for the tabletop game, it does give you an idea as to what all these like clans are about, right? And Gangrels are basically hippies, like, just to put it bluntly. That's what they are. They're hippies, and that's basically it. Like, they will protest. They will, rally people, and they will protest outside of, a factory dumping, waste into a river or something like that. Like, that's the type of people they are. But they're also, as it says, more in tune with their animalistic side. So they are more in tune with the beast within, and they do have the unique ability to actually kind of shapeshift almost. So for example, you're able to get claws, like these like spiritual claws. You're able to get like, heightened senses that are even more heightened than, normal vampire senses, stuff like that. In general, like, Gangrels are kind of like kind of similar to like werewolves in a way, which is interesting. But they're just the more wild vampires, basically, of the clans themselves. Malkavians. Malkavians are very, very, very interesting characters. Like, that's for sure. If you look at their character designs, they're pretty interesting. So, Malkavians are known as lunatics because of their ability to hear voices of insight and subject others to their insanity through their discipline, dementation. The world appears much different to the Malkavian than it does to the sane clans. Although the extent of a Malkavian's madness depends on the individual, a blessing and a curse, a Malkavian's insanity will help or hinder them, depending on how much they struggle against their nature. Malkavians will start with a +2 bonus to inspection. So, Malkavians are pretty interesting. I don't remember if this part is canon or not, but I think they're all technically part of like a hive mind, where each Malkavian is like, all their thoughts are connected to each other. So because of that, they're constantly hearing voices, and they're kind of constantly going insane, or they act insane. If you are playing this game for the first time, I would recommend not playing a Malkavian to begin with. They are very fun, but they will kind of throw you off a bit. There are some very unique interactions with Malkavians, and their manner of speech is very, very, very interesting. And they do like to talk in riddles, which is pretty cool. At least to see. To play, it's kind of interesting. Like, if you are actually role-playing as a Malkavian in a tabletop scenario, you can just play casually. But if you do amp it up, which most people tend to do, you more than likely will be talking in riddles, kind of. You will be addressing people by unique nicknames, things like that. Like, you won't be. I don't know. Let's say instead of a cop, you'll call him, "Oh, you're the desperado that I've heard so much about." Things like that. Malkavians are very, very interesting. And in this game, like I said, there are some unique interactions. Not to spoil anything major, but for example, a simple one would be at some point when you're walking down the street, all of a sudden you're stopped by a stop sign. And the stop sign is yelling at you. You don't hear anything, you'll see when how like text works in this game, right? How interactions work. But the stop sign will yell at you, and you'll just be like, "Why are you yelling at me? Please stop! I've done nothing wrong. All I wanted to do was cross the street." Stuff like that. These guys are pretty insane. And if you kind of read up on their lore, I think it was implied or suggested that I think was it Rasputin is implied to be a Malkavian. So that's pretty interesting. Let's go on to the next one. Now, the Nosferatu are pretty interesting as well. I would also not recommend starting off with a Nosferatu because you'll miss out. Maybe, well, not miss out on a lot of the game, but it's a very unique play style for sure. But if we look at the characters, as you can see, they are inspired by, well, the film Nosferatu. And the males are not much different either. They do have the huge fucking claws, and they are staggeringly ugly. Like, that is their clan trait. So hideous, skulking, and powerful. Even in a world of monsters, the Nosferatu stand out. The embrace twists and deforms their physical features, forcing them to seek sanctuary underground. Nosferatu are masters of the shadows. Due to their curse, Nosferatu have a seduction of 0 and can never raise it higher, as they hide their existence from common humans. Having shared the darkness with vermin for so long, vampires of Clan Nosferatu are able to draw extra nourishment from rats. So, like vampires, you do need to feast on humans. You need to suck blood in order to, survive. And also to use your abilities and stuff like that. And in this game, you can you'll find a human, right, and you'll suck their blood. You can also find rats and suck the blood out of them. Nosferatu, of course, gain a bonus from doing that. Now, Nosferatu are pretty interesting as well in the game. These guys are basically the information network of the world of darkness, at least for the vampire setting. These guys are the knowledgeable ones that have dirt on everyone. They're the ones that stalk. They're the ones that hack. That's kind of what they're known for. They can get you any bit of information you want, for whatever their price might be. They're all just good hackers, and that's generally the gist of it. As you can see, of course, they do look hideous. In this game, for example, you as a vampire, if you're any other clan, you can walk down the street, no problem. If you're a Nosferatu, you can't do that. If you are seen by a human, it is seen as a violation of the Masquerade. The Masquerade being the illusion, right? The vampires aren't real. And of course, if you violate the Masquerade enough times, you will get killed. Because of course, you're violating the Masquerade. You're supposed to uphold this facade that you don't exist, or that the beast within you isn't real, and that you're not really feasting on humans. And they'll cover more of that in the game. But again, with a Nosferatu, as soon as you're spotted by anyone that isn't a vampire, it is a Masquerade violation. Because again, you're not supposed to be seen. They're not supposed to know that these hideous fucking things are real, right? Now, if we look at the Toreadors, these are interesting characters too. So, Toreadors picture themselves as artists and visionaries, as they value the high society mentality that the Camarilla reinforces. Of all clans, the Toreador are the most connected to the mortal world through arts and entertainment. Toreador are beautiful creatures, svelte and seductive, and move almost effortlessly through the society of the living. The Toreador's empathy is both a gift and a burden. All humanity shifts are doubled. So, Toreadors are interesting as well. Like it says there, they are beautiful. They are most in touch with the human side. And with that, these guys are basically the playboys, I guess, of the vampire world. In Vampire as a whole, you don't really have sex for fun, if that makes sense. To elaborate on that, you are dead. You don't eat like food. You can, but it's not worth it, if that makes sense. As a vampire in this world, your organs don't work. You have to make them work. So, for example, in the role-playing game itself, and in this game, you have blood points, right? And that's determined by how much blood you've sucked, whether from a blood pack or from feasting on a human, whatever, right? So you've got blood points on you, and if you want to eat something, let's say I don't know, you eat a burger, right? You eat it, you have to spend blood points to actually like create stomach acid and to make your stomach work. And then you have to go through with the rest of your digestive system and use blood points to make all of that work so that you can actually process the burger that you ate. It's really wild how they let you do that, and how that's incorporated into the game. You can go super out of your way to do that, but you don't need to. And well, just like I mentioned, all of your organs are not working. I don't know about your lungs. I think you force yourself to have your lungs working. I don't remember that specific aspect of the game, but I know the rest of your body, you have to like make it work. So that goes for sex too. Like, you actively don't seek it, you don't really have a libido, but these guys will seduce people, right? And I mean, in some cases they do play that part. So they do go the extra mile in some cases to, get what they need. In this case, seducing someone to get information, seducing someone to kill them, whatever the case may be, right? Seducing someone to drink from them. So toreadors, like I said, are pretty interesting. In their design as well. They're very high fashion, quote unquote. So Tremors are next, and Tremors are also, well, like I keep calling them interesting, right? But they all are. They are pretty unique clans, like just overall. So Tremors are kind of like somewhat outcasts. They're blood sorcerers born from the mystic rituals, from mystic rituals and diablerie. The Tremere are the least trusted of the Camarilla clans. The Tremere used to transform from living mages into undying monsters, stripped them of their magic arts. To compensate, the vampires of Clan Tremere developed thaumaturgy, the powerful discipline of blood magic. The clan guards its secrets jealously, and are the only kindred to wield this powerful discipline. The pursuit of arcane knowledge comes before all else, and the reliance upon it has weakened the bloodline. Tremere can raise no physical attribute above 4 points. So, just like in most RPGs, these guys are the mages, and they are weaker than, say, the rest of the clans. In general, they can't be super buff, right? Mind you, in this game, even as a weak Tremere, you are of course stronger than the human. You do have super strength, for example. You can pry open doors, bend bars, stuff like that, because you are super strong. But these guys, like it says there, they are outcasts because, well, they cast magic. They use blood magic, and that's frowned upon kind of by the Camarilla. So let's quickly talk about like two things here. So let's start with diablerie. So before, as I mentioned, you can feast upon humans, right? You feast on them, you eat them, you suck their blood, right? You can do that with humans, you can do that with rats. Diablerizing, or diablerie, the act of diablerizing, is when you suck the blood of another vampire. And that is a big no-no in the Camarilla. The Camarilla basically being like the government structure of vampires, to kind of put it lightly, or just to, they'll cover it more in the game. But they're the guys that try to uphold the law, essentially, of the vampire society. And, well, diablerizing, again, is a big no-no. What ends up happening when you diablerize someone, you basically get their strength. And they won't talk too much about what I'm about to mention because it doesn't get covered in the game, but it does get covered in the books. So each clan has, of course, descendants, right? And in this game, I believe we play as the latest descendant of whatever bloodline or blood clan you choose. So, for example, you have the first vampires. They are the first generation, and they're the strongest vampires, as their bloodline is the purest. But as they sire children, and their children sired more children, the bloodline gets weaker and weaker and weaker and weaker as ages go on. So all the way since the dawn of time, dawn of vampires, all the way until present day, you are basically part of the weakest bloodline. You're not a thin blood, but you are, you've got you're pretty close to like the basically the end. And one way to improve your blood purity, or improve yourself as a vampire, would be to eat another vampire of a higher like status. So let's say you're part of the 19th generation. If you eat an 18th generation vampire, you become stronger. But again, this is frowned upon by the Camarilla, by other people in general, because you're not supposed to be eating yourself. It's like, think of it like cannibalism, right? It's frowned upon in human society to eat another human. It's frowned upon in vampire society to eat another vampire. You don't eat your own, you eat what's below you. In this case, humans or animals, right? So Diablerizing is very bad. And if you Diablerize someone, people will know. And the way people find out is, well, basically, basically, they'll find out because of your aura. So, in the game at least, each player gives off an aura of whatever color, right? If you Diablerize someone, it'll get tainted. Like, it'll become, like, blacker, right? And that kind of gives other people the idea that you've eaten another vampire. And if people find that out, they'll immediately hunt you down, essentially. So that's why these guys are kind of frowned upon, or at least not super trusted by vampire society. Because people will think, oh, well, these guys will just Diablerize you. They'll just eat you and steal your, your energy, right? So that's Clan Tremere. They're a very interesting clan, as I've said with all the other clans, because they're all interesting. All right, and the last one are the Ventrue. So Ventrues are, well, they're not fan favorites, but you'll see why. So the Ventrue, truly the upper echelons of society. The Ventrue are seen as the honorable and virtuous leaders of the Camarilla. They wholeheartedly support the Masquerade, influencing the mortal and undead worlds to help them maintain the Masquerade as well as garner support for themselves. Clan Ventrue is an exclusive and powerful gathering of immortals, and even the lowliest initiate of Clan Ventrue can expect special treatment in kindred society. This regal bloodline, however, gains no nourishment from the lowborn and thin-blooded. Ventrue gain no blood from feeding on animals, feeding on low-life humans. Prostitutes and the homeless can cause a Ventrue to vomit. So they're the snobby rich kids of the vampire world. And those are usually the people who get turned into Ventrue. I'll go ahead and show off the male here real quick. As you can see, they're, these guys are usually supermodels. They're usually sons of or daughters of rich people. That sort of thing. They're not really down to earth. They're not commoners, quote unquote. They're not the average Joe. So, for example, a lot of Ventrue, as mentioned in the little description, are usually people in a lot of positions of power. So usually heads of corporations, CEOs, at least in this world, would be considered, or would more than likely end up being Ventrue. And if they're not, they would more than likely be recruited by a Ventrue, mainly to either maybe give the person who turned them, who sired them, maybe more influence, things like that. Power in corporations. There's a lot of politicking that can happen in this game, especially in the tabletop version of it. Now, I won't go too much onto the Ventrue, but they stand out. There's not too many of them in the game. I think there's only a few, but Each clan is represented pretty well in the game. There's at least one NPC that is fully voiced and has quests for you that you will interact with that kind of comes from every single clan. But again, if you are playing this game as well, I wouldn't recommend starting off with the Ventrue, mainly because of, what ends up happening in the series and in the game. And I'd recommend maybe one of the other clans. So once again, maybe go ahead and avoid Malkavian, Nosferatu, and Ventrue, and check out some of the others, as they're a little more straightforward, a little linear, or not linear per se, but they don't deviate too much and they won't confuse you with some of the shit that happens. But I will say that they are fun, like just overall, especially Malkavians. Malkavians are really, really, really fun to play as, especially if it's like your first time seeing the interactions for it. I would really recommend you check out at least the Malkavians maybe after your first playthrough. But we will be going with a Gangrel actually, mainly because I really like their beastly forms. Now, one unfortunate thing about this game will come later on in the series when we get nearer to the ending. So this clan is just like the Brujas, are more physical oriented. Like Brujas get a lot of bonuses to physical attacks, and they're good at brawling. While Gangrels are more like melee in the sense that you will use hammers, swords, fucking whatever, right? A pipe, baseball bats to hit people. And that's kind of more of the combat that you'll go with, at least for a good part of the game, and you can do that. But once you start getting more closer to the end of the game, unfortunately, it is a lot more shooty. So you do need to kind of spec in guns, at least at some point near the middle, and kind of get good at using guns. Because the game just kind of becomes kind of bullshit a little bit near the end. And again, that kind of comes with some of the development issues that came with this title. Like I said, we'll be doing a Gangrel. We'll go ahead and go with the same name that I always use, which will be Aya. And now let's get into the quick character sheet. So this might seem like a lot. You're like, fuck, what is this? This is so much. And at first glance, it can be. But just note, in this game, you can think of it a little bit like Fallout, like the, Fallout 3 and onwards, not the classic Fallout series. In the sense that, well, you will be doing a lot of lockpicking, you will be doing a lot of hacking, and that's kind of like some of the more important things to focus on, even if you are playing, say, as a Gangrel or as a non-intelligence based clan. There we know. So that's kind of what you should try to maybe focus on at least a little bit. Get some lockpick skills, get some hacking skills, because this fucking series is it's pretty interesting. You'll be sneaking around a lot. Again, your whole point is playing a fucking vampire and hiding from society, and you will be breaking and entering a lot. So in this case, I'll just quickly go over like some of this stuff and not go too much into it, because we won't kind of need to. It's kind of pretty self-explanatory. So for example, for our attributes, we get to put in at least three, we get to choose 3 points, or we get 3 points to spend. 2 on physical, 1 on mental. We will be putting 1 in strength, which boosts, our regular melee combat stuff. We'll go with dexterity, which helps with sneaking and lockpicking. We get none for charisma, manipulation, or appearance. Not that it really matters, but having higher stats in these do open up different sorts of dialogue trees, which we will be seeing as the game goes on. Same with mental. We do have perception, which again helps you with combat, range combat, and inspecting. So this kind of highlights items out. For example, let's say ammo might become more apparent to you. Otherwise, you can still pick it up, but it'll make it more noticeable. Intelligence helps with research and intimidation, and wits helps with defense and hacking. So we will be going with that. Then we have talents. So brawl, dodge, intimidation, subterfuge. All these, of course, are pretty self-explanatory. Subterfuge is just for seduction. Seduction can happen in this game, or it can happen in some of the dialogue options. There's very few actual seduction, or there's few people that can be seduced. But there's a lot of people that can be intimidated, for example, or persuaded. And actually, if you look on the right-hand side underneath feats, For example, if I put a point in Brawl, it'll give me unarmed. This will give me defense. This will give me intimidation. This will give me seduction. So we get 2 points here, 3 points here, 1 point here. So we're going to go with Brawl and Dodge. So just these two. We'll go with Firearms. We'll go with Melee and Security. So, of course, Firearms, ranged weapons. Melee, hitting things physically. And Security for lockpicking. Stealth is also pretty neat for sneaking, but you can kind of get by with not too high of a stealth feat. But like I said, this game will get wild later on. It starts off very interestingly. Next we have just knowledge stuff. So computer, of course, hacking, finance, haggling, so make shit cheaper at shops. Investigation, again, for inspection. And scholarship, research, and persuasion, we will focus on computers. Again, we want to kind of give our hacking kind of a good shot. I might remember some of the passwords for the game. I may not remember all of them. Some I may. And then you have disciplines. So, these are the unique abilities that each clan gets, right? Since we're Gangrel, we're going to get Animalism, Fortitude, and Protein. Protein being like the main thing that these guys focus on. So, Animalism. Embracing the beast within, the vampire can call on an animal spirit to carry out their will. The effects of animalism are obviously supernatural and carry the risk of violating the masquerade if they're used in a safe area. A safe area being, you know, out in the open, where there's a lot of human gatherings. Let's say, like, I don't know, in the convention center. It could violate the masquerade. For example, our first one is being able to summon ravens to attack, to stop the victim. So, imagine ravens come out of nowhere on like some weeb that's like cosplaying in the middle of a convention. That might cause a vampire, a masquerade violation. But then it shows you what the other levels do. So burrowing beetle, so causing damage deep within their body. Spectral wolf, which attacks the target. Bats communion, so a flock of bats will just drain their blood and then give you the blood. And then pestilence, so an insect swarm, and then just possibly killing your enemy. Then we have Fortitude. So this is basically just a buff. Makes you, stronger. Being able to take more hits. So that's kind of all this does. So, preternatural constitution, guarantees a certain amount of damage from every incoming attack will be ignored, regardless of the source. The use of Fortitude is not considered a violation, right? So the more points you add to it, the stronger it is, basically. So then Protein is, again, this clan's like main bread and butter. This is like their big things. So, embracing the beast within, the vampire gains bestial forms and abilities. These effects are readily apparent and supernatural in nature. Protein should therefore be used with discretion in safe areas, lest you risk violating the masquerade. And this is the cool part about this specific clan. So, with 1 point, we're able to use a gleam of red eyes. So, we gain heat vision, with a +1 bonus to wits, costs 1 blood, and lasts 25 seconds. At 2 points, we get Feral Claws, so your hands change to deadly claws that deal aggravated damage. Level 3, you gain Bestial Prowess, so +2 to stamina. At level 4, we get Deadlier Claws and +2 bonus to strength. But then at level 5, if you max this out, you get your War Form, which lets you turn basically into a beast. And it lasts for 25 seconds, and it's pretty cool. So we're going to go with that. So from here on, this is basically going to be our talent sheet, our character sheet. This is what we're going to be focusing on. And like I said, we'll be doing kind of a mix of melee at the beginning. More than likely, we will be shifting over to shooting, unfortunately. But I just like Gangrels. Otherwise, you can use technically any character. You can play them however you want. If you want to have a Nosferatu that tries to get by just by chatting people up instead of killing them, you can do that, and so on and so forth. But now let's go ahead and start it. One thing I will say before we do start, though, is this game has really good voice acting and really good animations for the mouths for people speaking. And also, you might recognize some of the voices, as they did use some pretty cool actors. So let's go ahead and start it for reals, and you'll see what I mean. And also, these loading screens will give you small tidbits of how the World of Darkness works. For example, here they're describing what an embrace is. As the game goes on, you'll see more of this.
I want to show you something.
I'll talk more about why I chose to play this game in a bit.
Good evening.
Let's let the intro play out for a bit.
My fellow kindred, my apologies for disrupting any business or interfering with prior engagements you may have had this evening. It's unfortunate that the affair that gathers us together tonight is a troubling one. We are here because the laws that bind our society, the laws that are the fabric of our existence, have been broken. As Prince, I am within my rights to grant or deny the kindred of this city the privilege of siring. Many of you have come to me seeking permission, and I have endorsed some of these requests. However, the accused that sits before you tonight was not refused permission. Indeed, my permission was never sought at all. They were caught shortly after the embrace of this child. It pains me to announce the sentence, as up to tonight I considered the accused a loyal and upstanding member of our organization. But as some of you may know, the penalty for this transgression is death. Know that I am no more adjudicator than I am a servant to the law that governs us all. Let tonight's proceedings serve as a reminder to our community that we must adhere to the code that binds our society, lest we endanger all of our blood. Forgive me. Let the penalty commence. Which leads to the fate of the ill-begotten progeny. Without a sire, most childer are doomed to walk the earth never knowing their place, their responsibility, and most importantly, the laws they must obey. Therefore, I have decided that...
This is bullshit!
If Mr. Rodriguez would let me finish, I have decided to let this kindred live. They shall be instructed in the ways of our kind and be granted the same rights. Let no one say I am unsympathetic to the plights and causes of this community. I thank you all for attending these proceedings, and I hope their significance is not lost. Good evening. Your sire, tragic, my apologies. But you see, there is a strict code of conduct that all of us must adhere to if we wish to survive. When anyone breaks these laws, they undermine the well-worn fabric of our centuries-old society. Understand my predicament. Allowing you to live makes me directly responsible for your subsequent behavior. So, what I'm offering is not generosity, but the opportunity to transcend the fate woven by your sire. This is your trial. You will be brought to Santa Monica. There you will meet an agent by the name of Mercurio. He will provide the details of your labor. I've shown you great clemency. Prove it was more than a wasted gesture, fledgling. Don't come back until you do. Good evening.
Not only do vampires hide from mortals, they hide from themselves as well, pretending that they are not the beast that they truly are, or some shit like that. So, I did mention this at the beginning of the stream, but the main reason why we chose to play this game is mainly to start off spooky month already, since October is basically coming up, and this game is kind of long, and it's it's more of a psychological horror type of game. It does have some comedic elements, which we will see as the game progresses, but it's also just very good. It's despite it being a game from 2004, it is very, very, very good. And it does have like a horror segment pretty early on, and then kind of later on in the game as well, where things start to get pretty fucked up. And honestly, I would love to see a remake of this game, like a true HD remake. But instead, we're actually getting a sequel that was supposed to come out spring of this year, then delayed to fall of this year, and then delayed again to sometime in 2022. Oh man. But here we go. So typical, PC game. I am using a different keyboard though, like I mentioned last stream. So hopefully, yeah, this like kind of doesn't get picked up too much, which is good. So let's go ahead and continue. So we've been sired, or sorry, we've been well, yes, we've been turned into a vampire, right? And that's all we know. So let's just proceed forward.
What a scene, man. Ooh-wee. Then they just plop you out here like a naked baby in the woods. How about that? Look, kiddo, it's probably a lot for you to take in, so, why don't you let me show you the ropes? What do you say?
Who are you?
I'm Jack. What's important is I'm offering help. You make it back from Santa Monica with your hide and we'll trade life stories, okay? Till then, I got about this much time. You in or out?
So, you might recognize this voice actor as, well, John DiMaggio. He voices Bender, of course, in Futurama. He voices that dog from Adventure Time, Jake. His name is Jack. So, he's pretty famous, right? And, of course, he's a good voice actor and suits this character perfectly. And he's just a joy to be around, honestly. So, as, of course, this is a first-person game, we don't have any voice lines, so I will be reading basically everything out that we would have to say. And you do get a lot of options in this game. You get a lot of dialogue options. You can be a fucking asshole if you want. You can be nice. You can be neutral. You could be like, yeah, I could use the help, or I don't have much time, just give me the basics. What happened in there, or I don't need anyone's help, I'm out of here. Right? Which, if you've played the game before, you can just skip this. It's the tutorial. Realistically, if you were in this scenario, you've just been sired, you have no idea what the fuck is going on, you would kind of need the help. So let's just go with, okay, I could use the help.
Now, we ain't got much time, but I figure somebody should fill you in on the bare bones stuff at least, you know? Could save your hide. You look wobbly. You even had a drink yet?
Drink of what?
Oh, man, we're popping a cherry here. Ah, you're gonna love this. All right, check it out. Blood, it's your new rack of lamb, your new champagne, plus your new fucking heroin, kid. Get ready, though, because, hey, it's never as sweet as the first time.
What do I do?
Well, down around the corner there, I saw this human. Poor SOB can't find his car.
So, what do I mean,
All right. You go down there, casual like. You creep up on him, then bare those little fangs and feed. Don't worry if you weren't captain of the wrestling team or something, because it'll come so naturally you think you've done it 1,000 times already.
won't he become a vampire then?
Forget that comic book crap, kid. It don't work that way. Now go for it. Be sure, though, and this is important, so listen up. Be sure not to drain him dry, okay? It might be hard to resist, but don't kill him.
Alright. So, as it shows, our blood pool's there on the right, and that's, like I mentioned a bit ago as well, it's kind of what lets us use all our abilities, right? The higher it is, the more points we have to spend. You can kind of see it right there. I can't really, show with my mouse anyways, even if you could see it. But there's like little bars, kind of, like little gaps that kind of divide this, blood pool into sections. But yeah, we do have various abilities, of course, we can use with blood. And of course, the lower that is, the hungrier we are. And if we get really fucking hungry, you'll do anything to get blood. In this case, we'll be getting our first taste of blood. So, to feed on the human, we'll fill our blood pool. We just gotta make sure that we don't kill him. So, that's their blood pool at the very top. That's how much blood the human will have. When you start feeding on them, it will start to drain, right? And the healthier they are, of course, the better blood you'll get, and the more blood you'll get. So, for example, if you feed on a normal person as opposed to a hobo, you'll get more blood out of them. A hobo will drain quicker, for example, or a rat will drain a lot quicker. So, let's just stroll up to this guy. And and now he's all wobbly. Now, if this was the actual tabletop game, draining them that much would be very dangerous. Because we left him with like a point or two left, right? Imagine if someone drained 80% of your blood, you'd be like needing to go to a hospital and get like a blood transfusion. That's kind of what would happen. But this is a game, so it doesn't matter too much. But in the tabletop, you kind of don't want to do that. Because then again, they will get sick or they'll probably die.
Yeah. Yeah. Hell yeah, you're feeling it. I can see it in your eyes. You're a born-again predator. Feeling that blood bubbling inside you, lifting you up. That's it, kid. That's what it's all about right there.
So, like I said, you could react to these scenarios in various ways. So I'll kind of leave these options for a little bit, just in case you want to see what other options there are. But I'll try to go with just the more neutral route. I won't try to be a fucking asshole in this game, because it can be bad. But, you know, we'll be kind of neutral. So they're like, great, when do I get my cape? Do I get to pick the color? Or you could really be like, I don't know how I feel about it, but it does feel good. Because again, you are a monster technically, right?
Alright now, you got the blood, you're feeling all kick-ass, feeling better than your best day living, but wait, it gets better. All kindred, that's our word for vampire. All kindred have a few things in common. Things that set them right square above humans on the food chain.
Yeah? Like what?
Like sharper senses, a body that can take a beating, and if you play your cards right, eternal life. That's no sure bet, but still, a chance at immortality's not a bad deal. And that's just for starters. Fringe benefits for joining the club.
So, I'm gonna live forever?
Well, you can still be destroyed, but forget the books and the movies. Garlic, it's worthless. A cross? Pfft, shove it right up their ass. A stake? Only if it catches you in the heart, and then it just paralyzes you. Running water? That's no problem. I bathe. Occasionally. Now, a shotgun blast to the head. Oh, that's trouble, boy. Fire? That's real trouble. Sunlight? Well, you catch a sunrise and it's all over, kiddo. Get it?
Got it.
Okay, now. The fuck is this? You get inside here and head upstairs. Beat up a bit. I'm just gonna go see what this is.
You do that. So, we could talk to him,
Go on. I'll meet you in there.
but he won't let us. I will check one quick thing, though, here through the options, though. Just gonna make sure... So, audio should still be fine, right? Yeah, it doesn't, there's no, like, specific editing for, like, voice and, like, sound effects. It's kind of all mixed together. So, whenever we see an icon like that, like a door or even others, we will be able to interact with them. Remember, this is 2004, 2003, so they described this as context sensitive, kind of like in Conker's Bad Fur Day, which is pretty interesting. But because it is a context sensitive interaction, right? In this case, it's opening the door, and you can close it as well. So, let's just keep going. Jump onto the boxes and walk up. So, I don't know if you can tell, but we do have we move really fast in this game. It's pretty interesting. Like, as a normal person, I guess you probably wouldn't be able to, I guess, move this fast unless you're like jogging. But we're doing like a brisk, like we're walking at a brisk pace. But with your feet, you're able to see just things, right? The higher your feet, the better you are at certain activities. So inspection allows you to see things, like with perception and investigation, allows you to see hidden and secret things. For example, the lockpick that's in front of us. So we can pick up certain objects. If you're able to pick up an object, it should let us with the E key, and it'll be glowing like this. So like that, it's glowing red. We just pick, and there we go. We got it.
Come down here. Stay away from the windows. Oh, it's a Sabbat raid. Sabbat? They're, Christ, I was hoping to spare you this shit till later. Sabbat. Well, they're mostly mindless, bloodthirsty assholes. That's all you need to know for now, alright?
So what's up?
The Sabbat got wind of the gathering here, so they figured they'd raise a little hell and put a little heat on the new prince.
What's the prince of?
No time for political rundown. Job one, get out of here alive. Sabbat might be mindless, but they hit like a Mack truck, like raging savages. Nothing a fledgling like you wants to mess with.
And what am I supposed to do?
Shh, shh. Heads up. Back away. Dumb, frenzied Sabbat bastards. Alright, we gotta vamoose out the back quick. I'll stay and keep a watch out. You get us into the office. The door's around the corner here.
On it. So, we also get a quest log. We can view that with the L key in this case. So if we look at it, it'll honestly show you your quest, which is pretty cool. So in this case, Jihad for Beginners. A vicious vampire faction known as the Sabbat has launched an assault on a secret Camarilla gathering downtown. You and Jack are caught in the middle. To escape, you must obtain entry into the office. So, just general rundown, and it kind of shows you some of the other areas we'll be visiting later on. But like I said, this game does take place in California. I will be saving real quick, just to kind of just get this going, just to have an actual save, just in case anything happens. This game shouldn't crash often, if at all. But if you played an earlier version of this game, like I mentioned, it would be filled with glitches, and it would be very prone to crashing. So when a door is locked, you will see this use icon. Lockpicking is a combination of dexterity and security, and when you see it, just press E. So then you have the lockpicking bar, and when you see that, you kind of can't move, and you'll just have to wait. So if we just stand like that, we'll start lockpicking. And that's it. It's a difficulty of 1, so of course we're going to get in. And that should be easy, so long as we have lockpicking. Other locks will get harder, and it'll just tell you you can't pick this lock, you need a better lockpicking skill, so on and so forth. And Jack chose the window instead of waiting for us.
Shortcut. Well, nicely done, though. Not exactly an angel in life, were you?
I know how to handle myself.
Cool. Now, if you want a lesson on how really not to act, take notes from those Sabbat assholes. You're a big bad vampire. Yeah, great, congrats. Now keep it to yourself. You go roar and you beat your chest, and that's what you can expect.
Wait, I've still got that list of people from high school. Why not?
It's the same reason you don't let humans see you feeding. It's why the wolf doesn't want the sheep to know he's there. It's also why you don't go juggling dumpsters or outrun the 815 from Sacramento, and it's why you didn't know any of this when you woke up this morning.
I get it.
Keep our secret, and you make things easier on all of us. We're living in the age of cell phone cameras. Fuck-ups ain't tolerated. Makes sense enough, right? Well, it ain't a casual thing for a fledgling like you.
Now, I know he says cell phone cameras, but do remember, again, this game was released in 2004, and technically set around the 90s, again, before the year 2000. The main reason for that is because it was believed that Y2K would actually bring about the apocalypse, right? So the game was usually set at some point before the year 2000. I'm not sure if this specific, if Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines is set in like 1999, or if it's like a little into the 2000s. Even if that's the case, cell phone cameras took like pictures that were like, I don't even fucking remember the resolution of them. They were like tiny as fuck. Like super tiny images that were very blurry and very pixelated. So it's kind of funny that they mentioned this, but either way. What do you mean? What could happen?
That party back there with the guy in the suit and the Magilla Gorilla? The assholes that put your sire to death? That's the Camarilla. They make a tidy business out of enforcing vampire laws like this one.
Camarilla, so they're like the vampire good guys.
Yeah, I'll tell you what I think some other time, maybe. I like to let people form their own opinions.
All right. So what's next?
All right, now don't worry, because I know the area a little, and you know what? I'm glad we're in this situation, you and I. It illustrates a point. You gotta utilize your surroundings.
Okay, but what does that mean exactly?
You do what you gotta do. Theft, destruction of property, breaking and entering. These will be the least of your sins before the night's out. So look around here. We gotta get out the back there through that magnetically sealed door. There must be a key someplace.
I'll find it. So, there's the area indicator. So, combat is the symbol with a gun. The masquerade is the symbol with a mask, so respect the masquerade. And Elysium is vampire neutral ground. No combat or disciplines are allowed except for blood buff while lockpicking. And this is true to the tabletop as well. If you are in Elysium, you cannot break the masquerade laws. If, say, for whatever reason, you get into an argument with someone and you start using some of your vampire disciplines, it can get ugly pretty fast, as everyone will like basically turn to shut you down. Because you're not supposed to be doing that shit. In masquerade areas, breaking the masquerade can carry dire consequence, such as the unwanted attention of vampire hunters. After 5 masquerade violations, your game is over. Your current number of violations is displayed in the upper right hand corner of your character sheet. So if we go back to here, we go to our sheet, or even in our quest log, the masquerade is that top right corner. You see the little masks. Whenever you violate one of them, I think one of them will get like a red X or like a red line through it, meaning like, hey, you fucked up. Now, the cool thing about this game is there's many ways to go about this. We have to get out through this door, I believe it was, right? Yeah, and it's magnetically like sealed or whatever. And in order to get that door open, we have to get a key for it. And there's a few ways you can go about that. So in this game, you do get hints like all over the place. There's many ways to solve these puzzles. So for example, I don't know, we can look at the calendar. Okay, well, there's nothing there. But we have a computer. And yeah, they're useful in solving quests. They hold information like emails and files, as well as control various electronic devices. And if we go to it, we'll be able to see it. So many menus and commands will be password protected. So if we want to check someone's email, it'll be like, hey, give me the password. So hacking a combination of wits and computer is a feat that allows you to hack into password protected items. You'll be prompted to press Ctrl+C to attempt your hacking feat. If the value of your hacking feat is equal to or greater than difficulty, you will be successful. And to stop using a computer, you have to type in quit or press escape. So we could do that here. If we just quickly look at it, you are able to see a menu. And this is kind of what I mean by like early 2000 shit. So if you want to be able to look through things, you are going to have to type in the menu or command the way it says here. So for example, let's just say help. Type in help, and then here we go. And it'll tell you this, or what to say. I think back goes back. Yeah. No, never mind. It isn't. But it takes you back to the main menu anyways. But we need to go to safe, right? And it's going to ask us for a password. I remember the password for this section, but we can also just hack it. And you'll basically start guessing. And the password succeeded. It was Chop Shop. So now we can just unlock the door and proceed. Now, if you look over here, for example, if you look at this note, it tells you the password there as well. If this thing had an email, we might see something like, hey, remember the password got changed to Chop Shop. So start using that, and then you'll know, oh, that's the password. When you approach a container, you'll see this use icon. Press the use key. If it's locked, you can try to open it with your lockpick, and then that's it. I think this one needs to be hacked specifically. I think it's got like a difficulty of like 10. Like you have to use the password to open it up, and then we're able to get the Chop Shop key, which we can take.
There we go. Now take that key card and head out the back. I'll meet you out in the alley there. I'm gonna check out things from topside.
Got it. Let's go. So press the inventory key, in this case I, to access our inventory, and then we can check our inventory from there. Keys are located in the equipment category on a key ring. Most keys, once used, will not be needed again or removed. Some doors have magnetic locks and cannot be picked open. They must be opened with the appropriate key card. So we check that out real quick. There's our wallet. We have nothing. Your wallet is empty, baby. You're so broke you can't even afford to pay attention. And we have our key ring, and this will show you again what keys you have, and then our lockpick. We also have our fists as the only weapon that we have. We don't have any guns. And then this is our attire, which is light clothing. This is the most basic and unrestricted clothing. Examples would be t-shirts, khakis, sundresses, and pleated skirts. And then back to our bigger items. So now let's just open up the door. And Jack is gone, like a fucking ghost, dude. So let's be careful here. Oh. If been wounded by the Sabbat, the blue bar represents your current level of health. As you sustain regular damage, it will turn black. If your health is completely depleted, you suffer a final death and your game is over. Your health regenerates over time though, which, when you're feeding, will regenerate much faster. So that's pretty cool. If your health bar begins to turn yellow, it means you have sustained aggravated damage, which means it'll come back. So, one thing I also forgot to mention a little bit was regarding, well, the vampire clans. If you remember at the very beginning, we were in front of an audience of people. If you were here for the character descriptions, you probably got an idea as to what clans some of the people might have belonged to, just based on how they dressed, or their appearance, or by some of their abilities if you see them in combat, like with Jack here, for example. You might be able to guess what clan he's from. I won't tell you, but you can probably guess.
Fucking waste of unlife, these Sabbat vatos. You get winged? Hey, look at them potholes. Those will close up soon enough. Better feed, though. There's someone down the stairs here. It's not the freshest catch, but he'll do.
What's the difference? Blood's blood, right?
Well, when it comes to feeding, it's quality blood you're looking for, not the quantity. Bums and lowlife don't pack the same punch that a healthy, well-bred human will. Juice bags with a pedigree. That's the good stuff. But you gotta take what you can get. You ever had a PhD, kid? Ooh, that's good stuff.
If you say so.
Remember what I said, though. Don't kill them. At least not the innocent ones. You're a monster now. Make no mistake. One of the damned and the fallen. You need to hold on to every last shred of humanity you have.
Let's say I get a little overzealous. What happens then?
An innocent's an innocent. You kill one, even a worthless bum, even by accident, and it's gonna cost you a piece of your own humanity. Bring you closer to that beast you got welling up inside you.
The beast? What exactly does that mean?
The beast? It's always there. It's waiting to take over. When it does, it's like a wild animal wearing your skin. Desperate, scared, reckless. He'll do anything to survive, and it's you that has to deal with the consequences.
So I can't kill anyone. That seems a little, restricting.
I said innocent humans. If some asshole levels a 12 gauge your way, you drain him, skin him, and bash in his skull. Self-preservation is a vital part of humanity, after all. My favorite part, in fact.
I think I follow.
The only way to fight the beast is to keep in touch with your humanity, and don't go hungry. It's a fine line.
Got it. So I'll elaborate a bit more on the beast aspect here. So again, in the tabletop game, you are technically role-playing again as someone who doesn't really want to be a vampire, but now you have to make do with what you've got, right? In this world, no one really wants to fucking be a vampire. Unless, again, they've become fanatical about it, and they're like, oh yeah, hell yeah, turn me into a vampire. And then they get turned into one, right? There's very few people like that. In this game, it's kind of like something you don't want. It is a curse. So, in the game, feeding is kind of like shitty, you know, in the sense of like you have to do it to survive, and it's kind of fucked up at first. Eventually, technically, if you really role play your character from a fledgling to say a more seasoned vampire, you know, at first you might be disgusted by the act of feeding, you'll have this primal nature that, like, you know, really needs you to feed. But, you know, as time goes on, you kind of become a little more accustomed to it. But in general, you don't like it. And in some cases, with some vampire clans, if you drain someone, or not drain, but if you are drinking blood from someone, you might get maybe some of their emotional aspects. You might drain some of their emotion a little bit, and it might kind of affect you. Let's say the person's really depressed, and when you drain their blood, your character might get a mild wave of depression, and for like a day you can't do anything, and you're like really fucking sad, and you have no idea why. Some of those aspects aren't brought into this game, and here it's just, again, feed, right? But in the tabletop game, it can go that far. In other aspects, if a character's drunk, or that you're drinking from, you might get a little alcohol in you, that sort of thing. So it's pretty neat. But here it's just, you know, feed, right? And like he says, don't kill the innocent. Because again, you will feel bad as like a character. At least in the tabletop games, you should feel bad if you kill someone by draining them by accident. There are some times where, say, the beast will take over and you might drain the person, and it'll just fuck you up emotionally for like a month. Like, you'll feel really, really, really bad about it. The game is very emotional.
All right, now go feed. Careful, though. He's gonna drain fast.
Be back in a minute. So, as he said, yeah, hobos drain pretty quickly. But if you need help or health, you can get it easily here. Remember, you want to avoid draining your victims. Draining innocent humans will give you a penalty to your humanity. The lower it is, the closer you are to the beast. If your humanity gets too low, you will begin to lose control of your character. It's known as frenzying, and may result in a masquerade violation if you are around humans. So yeah, if your humanity is too low, it can get pretty hard to control. So, I don't know, your character might start acting out and start killing people for no reason. And then that causes a masquerade violation, and then they keep stacking up, and then vampire hunters or other vampires will come and stop you. We technically healed because I stood there, right? But if we just suck on him for a little bit, you can see he's draining really quickly. So it kind of goes in like, I think these guys have like 3 points of blood, while normal humans have like 6. I believe it was 6 or 8. You can kind of, you know,
Not quite as
see
good.
that as it
Yeah,
drains.
you can do worse. There's some rats down the way. You think I'm kidding? You can survive feeding on animals if you can stomach that kind of thing.
Where's that bum's neck? Old scarf tastes, or that scarf tastes like old gym socks.
Well, give it a try.
I'll think about it. So rats can be fed upon and gain a single blood point. You'll find some rats at the other end of the alley nearby the yellow windows. Killing a rat has no impact on your humanity score. Humans do not react well though when they see live rats being sucked on. So yeah, you can suck on rats if you want to. I think we can just talk to Jack and continue, but we can also just do that. So if we go over here, we should be able to find rats here. And if you crouch, you're able to see these rats are fucking huge, right? And they're kind of hard to get to sometimes, but you just press F near them. And that's it, you just suck on the rat. Oh.
You rat sucker. Hey, I don't care what you do. Just so you know, polite vampire society looks down on that kind of thing.
They can be polite and pass me the salt for my rat.
Keep it down. Got someone around the way here.
Just one guy?
Not too much of a threat by himself, but you never know if there's more in shouting range. You're gonna have to sneak past.
Sneak where?
The building across from us with the garage door. There's some double doors on the far side. I'll meet you inside. Just stay low and stick to the shadows. And don't let him see you.
I'll do my best. See you in a minute.
Alright, go.
So, sneaking, combination of this and this. You must be crouched to sneak. You can crouch by pressing control. So, it's pretty self-explanatory. You know, avoid your enemies. This is the important part, though. So that meter shows you how close your enemies are to seeing you. When it's green, you are safe. Yellow means that you might be seen, and red means that you will be seen. So if we're, say, crouched in the shadows, it should be green. If we say kind of move to like a window with some light, it might turn yellow. And if you're under a street light, it will be red. So, for example, if we crouch here, it's completely fine, right? Even though there's like light and stuff around us. But that's because these areas aren't really, you know, programmed too much for that. Wait, did we go this way? Yes, this way. Oh, there we go. So he wants to sneak that way. We're gonna go ahead and save again, even though there are, you know, saves anyways happening. But this is just a tutorial. It's teaching you how to sneak. So there's the dude right there. And, well, we can technically... I don't think you can fight him. I think it'll make you, like, sneak past. But as you can see here, our meter is kind of getting lighter the closer we get to this light. It is going... It's still green. It can still be seen. But here it's, like, really bad.
Quiet, they're inside here. Seems that shovelhead outside just got separated from his pack. He's wounded too. Go take care of him. Don't worry, he's probably greener than you.
What makes you think that?
The Sabbat, you see, they don't have the most rigorous training program. In fact, that poor sod is lucky if he knows he's a vampire.
Hey, Maury. But how can that be?
He's probably just turned and beaten over the head. They like to do that, make shock troops, cannon fodder, put him out of his misery.
I'll do my best.
He is a vampire, so be ready.
So, that's... Or here they're talking about the Sabbat. So, we are technically part of the Camarilla, which is a faction in the vampire world. The Sabbat are another faction. The Sabbat are very chaotic, and they're usually, in most campaigns, the bad guys, to a certain extent. They're always causing havoc. They're always breaking shit, right? And like they mentioned here, they like to make shock troops. So they'll find some random person walking on the street, knock them out, turn them into a vampire, throw them out into the world. And it's like, hey, fuck you. You have no idea what's going on. The sun comes out, bam, they're gone. Things like that. They'll torture a person like that. It's pretty fucked up. All right, let's go
get him.
Beat his ass. So, to engage in unarmed combat, you need to equip your fists and then attack. To equip your fists, press the melee weapon key. In this case, it's F1. Until your fist icon is highlighted in your melee weapon inventory list, and then click the left mouse button. So, your unarmed combat feat is a combination of strength and brawl. It will directly affect your success in combat. There are different attacks depending on what direction you are moving to initiate your attack, so try different combinations when moving. You can also block by pressing and holding the attack key. In this case, it's tab. So, put your fist away with H. So I'll have to remember that. So, in this case, we do have to bring out our fists and then just have them out like this. You could also just go into first person mode like this, and then you'll just unholster whatever weapon you have if you click. I did not mean to use blood buff, but I do want to go ahead and, if we can, use protein. So, because we do have it, if I check once more on our sheet, it is at level 2, so we do have feral claws we can use to beat the shit out of this guy. So he should be over here, right? Yeah, there he is. So if we use protein right now, we do have claws now, and then if you just strike at him, that's it. He's gone. And we also got heat vision, after all. But yeah, if you do different, like, directions, it should do different attacks. Like that is a jumping attack. If you hold back, if you go forward, the same thing. But he dropped the tire iron. So now we have another melee weapon. So, this icon indicates that your weapon you currently have is equipped, which is the, down there on the bottom left. So we have claws instead of fists, right? Later on in the game, you'll find armor. To protect yourself, equip it in the same way. Just use F3 in this case. So you can also... I don't think you can cycle through these, right? No, you just have to do F1, like that. But now we can equip, for example, the tire iron, or with the mouse wheel, swap back and forth, right? So, same thing. So now we have a melee weapon, a jumping attack, and then like a forward strike, right? So I'll just put it away. Back to first person. You can also do this in first person mode, I believe. Or is it only with... Yeah, it's only with guns. Guns go first person as well.
That sounds like you got another pack moving in, though. The Sabat are going all out. Better head underground, avoid stray bullets.
Sounds like a good strategy.
Alright, head down into the basement through the grate in there. Keep that tire iron handy. I'll be there in a minute.
Okay. So let's head on in. So you could technically go in through here. No, you can't. Okay, it really won't. But it's teaching you more about sneaking. So you can just jump down. You don't really take fall damage in this game because again you are immortal and a vampire. But here is another dude. So when you are behind someone, you can do a stealth kill. So to perform it, equip your fists or a melee weapon, crouch, and sneak up from behind the victim. You'll see the stealth kill icon. Then you can press E, and you can just kill them. So we can try that out here. If we do that here, just snap their neck, and that's it. I don't think that's supposed to work in the game, though.
The Sabat's getting scattered. I'm gonna keep an ear to the ground. Be careful going forward here. Could be a whole mess of them holed up.
The more the merrier. Okay, so then here they're showing you your disciplines, right? Which we've talked about a little bit. So blood buff, basic things, just kind of gives you a temporary bonus, like it says there, to all your abilities. So this lock should be harder to pick. So if we try to pick it now, it might not let us through. Oh, we could, because we actually spec'd into lock picking. Otherwise, you can use blood buff to pump up your lock picking, which is pretty cool. So gangrels have unique disciplines. We have animalism, supernatural control of nature, fortitude, preternatural toughness and constitution, and protein, the manifestation of different bestial abilities and forms. Fortitude is a passive. It also is time-based. Once activated, pay attention to the discipline timer on the bottom right of your screen. Use of Fortitude is not a Masquerade violation. There's a spot guard up ahead. Use Fortitude to armor yourself and kill him. And then it should be easy to do. So you just do this. You stand up. Yeah, so he should be like around the corner here. Yeah, he's right there. Oh, blocking a lot though. But there he is. Just make sure. Yeah, so there's blocking. If you want to block, you can't move while doing it, but you can. But there we go. And there's Fortitude active in first-person mode.
I think they're clearing out. There's no need to go stirring up the Hornet's Nest till we know the score, though. Head through here. Come to an elevator around the way.
I'll meet you over there.
Meet you there. Don't let them catch you.
Just said that, Jack. If I'm not there in 10 minutes, call the president. This game has really good writing now, like I mentioned before. So protein is a vampiric ability of manifesting different bestial abilities and forms. Protein is a passive discipline, so of course the use of it is a Masquerade violation if you are in a non-combat area. So there's a guard up ahead, use protein to kill him. You have level 2 protein known as Feral Claws, and then that's it. You'll immediately gain Deadly Claws and deal the aggravated damage. So we already showed this off once, but we can do it again. So the dude is right there. So we just mash on him. We're doing a lot of fucking damage though, but he is dodging a lot. But there we go. And actually, yeah, you can't go to first person mode when you're like this. Interesting. But also your walking cycle changes. As you can see, we're more like stalking in a way. You can still jump the same amount, like it doesn't change, but we're like stalking now, which is fun. Okay. Oh yeah, and we got heat vision. I don't know if you could see the dude back there. He was like glowing red. Right. Animalism is the vampiric power that controls nature. Animalism is a targeted discipline. The effect of its length varies on each level. Use of animalism is a Masquerade violation if you are seen activating it. So there's a guard up ahead. Use it to incapacitate him. So we've got the night ravens, or night wisp ravens. So when we use it, they'll be distracted, and then we can walk past them. So let's equip it. Now if we aim at him, we do this, and we can just ignore him and get past him. Oh, right, on this side. And that's it. And this should be the last part of the tutorial, where you can pick up things and throw them. So it's kind of like Metal Gear when you want to sneak around. You can make noise somewhere else and sneak past someone. So thrown objects make noise can be used to distract your enemies. So there's a bot vampire up ahead, guarding the exit. Crouch, find an object, throw it away from him, and then leave. You can also kill him if you want, but it's supposed to technically teach you how to use this. So for example, we can pick this up, right? Oh, pick it up once. And then I believe if we just click like this, throw it like that, he'll start walking that way. And then we can sneak past him as he will stand there and look at the hand like that. Ooh.
Fucking humans. Gangbangers protecting their turf. Oh, man. I'm here thinking it's Sabat moving up in here. It's the fucking locals about to take one for the hood.
So what do we do?
They probably seen too much. Here, take this 38. Fucking pea shooter, but a few shots in it'll take down a human.
Thanks.
Well, I'm gonna want it back, so don't go die and lose it. I don't use guns much. They're noisy, they're clumsy, practically useless against vampires, but still, a kindred's gotta keep up with the times. And in modern-day Los Angeles, that means coming strapped.
Useless against vampires?
Well, you know, some are more lethal than others, of course. Watch out for those shotguns. Ouch, those things can smart, I tell you.
I hear you.
Head up and clear out what's left of them. Can't have them running their mouths about any of this. I'm gonna make sure there's no stragglers around outside.
Okay. So, we got a revolver now. So we can equip it with F2, and that's it. So, anything else here? Yeah, we just fire with attack. Some weapons, but not 38, have an alternate firing mode, so just automatic fire, so that will come with other weapons. So, okay. In range combat is a position of blah blah blah. When you equip a gun, you'll see a range combat cursor. It spreads at the speed at which it focuses at a direct result of the value of your range combat feat. There are some bottles on a crate at the end of the hall. Aim your cursor, wait for it to fully focus, and then you can attack. So here you can practice if you really want to. So for example, if you stand, I don't know, like around right here, and then we bust out this gun. So you can see that it's getting smaller, right? And then the more it focuses, the better. Because the more you move, it'll get wider, right? And the revolvers and other guns are kind of inaccurate. So you'll see. So for example, if I shoot right now, we missed, even though we're aiming straight at it, right? So it can get pretty bad. See, like that one shot all the way over there. So since we're closer here, it'll be better. But you can see these guns are pretty inaccurate. And we also don't want to waste too many, bullets. And we should be feeding on these rats if we can. We're kind of running low on blood. There should be another one, right? Yeah, here's. I believe there should be some ammo here. Yes, so we can take it. So there we go. That was like 8 rounds, I think, even though it's at 6. And then we can't go through here, but we can call the elevator and go in. And we can go to the ground floor. So let's bust out our gun again. Oh. I gotta close the doors. Oh, come on. Open them. Did it seriously, like, fuck it up? There we go. Also, it wasn't letting me stand up again for some reason. So, we will be seeing, like, enemies up ahead, right? I don't think you can aim with this. Oh, wait. So, yeah. So, you can't like, aim, but you can distract them and then maybe just shoot them like that. So that's one thing you can do. Or, you can always just drain them dry, which is much quicker in some cases, but sometimes you will be shot at while you're doing this. And since these guys were, not necessarily the nicest people, you can kill them and drain them, and there's no consequences for that. And Jack is here. Okay?
That's it, kiddo. Just like that, and it's all over. Everyone slinks back to their corners of the city for the night.
That's it? It's all over?
Until the next night, when the Camarilla finds some way to strike back. Parry, dodge, spin, and all that. So on and so on and so on.
So, this is normal?
Well, to be honest, you came at an interesting time, let's say. The Camarilla, the Sabat. Now, in LA, these are the new kids on the block. There's already plenty of Kindred had stakes down in California long before them. Now, we got every ancient Kindred rivalry playing out all over the city. Lot of tension out there. A lot of fear. A lot of jittery, high-strung predators clinging to their little pieces of eternity.
You're losing me here, Jack.
Oh, boy. Oh, I think they're looking for you outside. Guess you got a cab to catch. Was hoping to fill you in on a little bit more, but... ah, hell, you'll figure it all out.
Sure. Here's your gun.
If you make it back, stop in at the last round. It's this bar downtown here. I'll fill you in on the politics. Now that's the stuff that'll kill you. Good luck.
I'll see you there. And from here, we just walk out. Or our character does. So we receive 2 experience points. By pressing the character editor with C, you can assign your experience points wherever the hell you want. And any unspent experience points will just remain there. Which is pretty cool. So we have our haven. Prince LaCroix has arranged for you to use the Camarilla safe house in Santa Monica as your haven. Here you'll find some essentials such as your computer for the email, and this will serve as your base of operations. So this is gonna, those screens are gonna load by pretty quickly. Normally you'd have a lot more time to read them if you were playing on older hardware, but you know, if you're using Windows 7 or higher, it's probably gonna be pretty fast, especially when it comes to loading it, as I believe this is meant to be running on Windows XP, which is ancient system now. So let's save one more time. Save normally. And now we can look at our character sheet again. So now we can bust out some points and actually put them wherever. So here it kind of shows you how much it costs. So for example, like here with Fortitude, to upgrade this again, it shows their cost 5 on the bottom right. So protein, to upgrade it again, we need 10. So you could save up experience and then eventually upgrade it. Same with some of these others, other abilities. So for example, here, to increase our wits, we need 8. However, to increase our mental attributes for intelligence, it'll just be 4, you know, to get everything to level 2. So right now we can't really use anything except for things like intimidation and stuff later on. We can easily get those to level 1. But as for everything else, not yet. So we'll just have to keep this 2 experience waiting here for a while. I love how the music just cuts off. But here's our apartment, right? We're probably not going to be needing it too much. But we've got a blood pack. And if we go here into the bathroom, we have some pills, which again we can't really use because we're not, you know, human anymore. We've got a normal watch. See, that normally wouldn't be, if your perception was higher, that would be glowing, kind of like the pills. Otherwise, you probably wouldn't have noticed it. What else do we have? I think that's it in this area. Yeah, we can also turn on the radio.
Hello, LA. You're up way past your bedtime, aren't you? Hope you've slipped into something comfortable. I know I have. If you're new to town or just new to this whole radio thing, you're listening to The Deb of Night. The only girl who will spend the night with you and leave first thing in the morning, guaranteed.
So we'll stop it there. But that's The Deb of Night. It's a pretty interesting, like, late night talk show. She gets really interesting callers. So this thing will be kind of like, if you've played like GTA, you know how they have radio talk shows? And you'll just have people talking just over the radio? That kind of happens with this. You'll hear some commercials, hear things like that. And it's pretty good. If you ever get the chance to, maybe listen to it. I might try to show it off maybe before ending the streams. If we're near a radio, I might play this out. Because it does get pretty interesting. And as the game goes on, more things will be added. People will call Deb and they'll tell her about things they've been seeing in town, and some of these things might be things that you might have done. So, I don't know, some dude might have met you and they're like, Deb, vampires are real, or werewolves are real, or ghosts are real, stuff like that, you know? And she'll be like, oh, really? Well, that's very interesting. Thank you, caller. And then she'll hang up on and be like, what a weirdo. Anyways, and then go on to something else. So, Deb of Night, pretty neat little show. For now, though, here is some letters that we have, or here are some letters. So, we've got, hey, the password for your computer is Sunrise. Keep the cash in a drawer, it's yours. I dropped you an email with my address. Come on over after you get settled. Mercurio. At your convenience, please come and visit me in my home downtown. I leave you this to guide you. Dark blood, our curse, alight this verse. Such power I sense in one so young. Come find me where burns the mystical sun. Emstals, Tremere Regent. So, a Tremere wants to meet with us. I'm gonna be making that mistake. We've got $100. And then we have our computer. So we've got email, and that's about it. So let's check our email. So we could hack it, even though we know it's our own password. It's just Sunrise. But we can't hack our own computer. Difficulty of 5. That's fucking funny. So Sunrise. So here you just have to press the number keys, like 1 through 5 in this case, and we'll be seeing whatever our emails are. So let's start from the top. So a reminder from LaCroix. Mercurio will contact you when you arrive in Santa Monica. Waste no time in meeting with him. LaCroix. So then we can go with the next one. Dang, it's big, you know. From hung low at trojanbotnet.vampire the Masquerade. Penis enlargement. Watch the girls come running. Call today. 1-800-555-STICK. So you'll get pretty interesting spam emails too. Like I said, this game is pretty interesting, and it is a lot of fun. It's got really good writing, and it just gets better. Right now, that was just the tutorial area. When we start getting into the game, which happens now, as soon as we get out of this apartment, you'll see some really cool shit. And really cool quests. Kilpatrick's Crimeputer from Arthur at dirtcheapinternet.vtm. Looking for that lazy-ass ex-husband who's late on his alimony payments? How about that jerk who knocked you up? Look no further with Arthur Kilpatrick's amazing Crimeputer. You can find almost anyone with a record. And these days, that's just about everyone. So come on down to Arthur Kilpatrick's bail bonds. If you've got the dead beat, we've got the technology to find them. And then from Mercurio, welcome. Hey, welcome to town. Come on over to my place, and once you get situated, and we'll talk about what you'll need to get the job done. I'm going to pick up some explosives right now, some astrolite. I should be back by the time you come over. I'm at 24 Main Street. I'm number 4. Walk to the end of the alley, and my building is the one on the right. M. I think that's it. Oh no, last one, the opening from a friend. The game begins. A pawn is moved. And that's it. So, and just escape. That's it. So it'll still tell you again how many emails you have and how many are unread. If there are other menus, let's say cameras or safe or locker, something like that, you'll see them there under available menus. Otherwise, we can just quit or press escape. So now let's officially begin the actual game. So we moved to Santa Monica. Oh yeah, the TV.
Asking any ships that had contact with the Elizabeth Dane to assist them in their search. We'll have more on this story as it breaks. In other news, an apparent third victim of the Southland slasher has prompted the closing of the Santa Monica Pier, where the body was found earlier tonight. Investigators say the scene closely mirrors those of slayings in Glendale and Long Beach. In both cases, the bodies of the victims were described as torn apart, though details are being withheld from the public at this time. Police urge anyone with information relating to this case to contact them. A massive gelatinous creature that washed up on the beaches of Providence, Rhode Island, has scientists scratching their heads. Found by a jogger early on Tuesday morning who says he smelled it a mile away, the mystery creature is thought to be some form of giant octopus, though marine biologists that have examined the monster have commented that they have never seen anything like it in the cephalopod family before. They speculate that it could be from a yet undiscovered family of sea creatures. Actor Ash Rivers is lucky to be alive after his car crashed into the gate at Parasite Studios earlier tonight. Witnesses say that they were shocked when the Negative Zero star emerged unscathed and apparently unfazed by his high-speed accident. Rivers' agent released a statement stating that Rivers' crash was due to a mechanical problem and that the studio is not pursuing legal action against Rivers for the trademark gate's destruction. Miraculously, this is the second crash Rivers has escaped unharmed in the last year. Our top story tonight, a derelict ship found floating 10 miles off the Los Angeles coast earlier this morning was towed into the port of Los Angeles a few hours ago. The ship was spotted around midnight by fishermen who contacted the Coast Guard after their attempts to hail the ship proved futile. Coast Guard officials are releasing very little information right now, but have identified the vessel as the Elizabeth Dane. No word as of yet as to the whereabouts of the crew, though the Coast Guard are asking any ships that had contact with the Elizabeth Dane to assist them in their search. We'll have more on this story as it breaks. A massive gelatinous
Okay,
creature
so now it's
washed
looping.
up on the
So this will also update as the game goes on, and it kind of gives you some hints about certain things that are just going on in the world, as well as some possible other people we'll eventually encounter. So for example, they mentioned an actor, Ash, and they kind of said how it's a little suspicious how he's been in 2 car accidents and he hasn't suffered any sort of physical damage in any of them. So if you kind of think about it a little bit, you know, that kind of implies maybe this Ash guy isn't human. But hey, we might meet him later. I don't remember. I'm still kind of fuzzy about this game, but I do remember most of it at least. Let's see. So this is the apartment building that we're at. We could try, I think, lockpicking a lot of these places if we really want to. We're just gonna save and just try it. And we'll see how this lets us. It'll probably be like difficulty 7 or some shit. Difficulty of 5. So we could get in here if we want to, so we can blood buff and then do this. And if we check our character sheet right now, our lockpicking goes up to 6. So we can get in. We're inside this other apartment. So close the door. We can explore it a little bit. So what can we find in here, for example? There's a book that you can barely see. Peeping a Voyeur's Field Guide. Okay. What else do we have? Phone? Nothing else. This apartment seems to be kind of empty for some reason. Wonder why. Let's check the kitchen one more time. I don't think this can be open, right? No. And I don't think there's anything here in the counter that we might have missed. But we did get a book. So if we check our inventory, and we go here to the book, you're unsure what benefits can be gained from this tome. So now we need to increase our research to actually read books. Because what this is telling us is that you're kind of illiterate. So that's bad. Otherwise, right now, it's just a book. But it is important to have research as well because of that. Books will give you extra bonuses in skills, like, say, hacking, for example. Or you might get, like, a basic hacking book, and you might have too high of a hacking skill, and it'll be like, this is useless to you. You already know this stuff. It's like, it's teaching you the basics that you already know. What about here? Someone left their door unlocked. You kind of have to get used to closing your doors, by the way. Sometimes people might see you. Let's say you're sneaking into an office. If you leave the door open, they'll just see you standing there if it doesn't close on its own. And they might, you know, grow suspicious that, you know, you might be doing something that you shouldn't be doing. Let's see, they have a computer we can't actually look into. And unless I'm missing stuff, I don't think there's anything in here. Oh. And let's check under the bed. Nope. And once again here, nope. Okay, so there's nothing in this apartment, at least for now, if there's something later. There's a newspaper. Carnival of Death. Gruesome remains found on the pier. Police baffled. So we heard about this on the news, that there's like a killer going on, like trying to, well, a serial killer loose here in LA. And that's kind of wild, isn't it? This door doesn't have a door knob for some reason. But it's labeled. But alright. And then here we have our mailbox. So this is going to be ours. It's got nothing in it yet, but if someone delivers something to us, it'll be here. So if we also quickly look back here, this is number 507. So 507 belongs to someone named Murietta. So I guess it'd be best to write that down and remember it. This is one of those type of games where you kind of have to write a few things down in some cases to remember some things in case you forget. In most cases, though, if we look at our quest log, for example, it might give you, if we go back to downtown, was it this one? Sometimes it will keep track of certain things like passwords, but not always. But now we'll officially begin the game. So now we have to go meet Mercurio, or we could go do other things. It's up to us.
Hey, lady. You got some change, lady?
So we could help him out and be like, well, you hungry? I am too. We do seem to be all alone in this alley. So by doing that, it kind of stops it, but we can feed on him. And we'll leave him like that. Or you can just give him money. Either way, doesn't change too much. Here we have a grate, which I think you can also go into. Or like a manhole cover, I mean. Huh. Well, that interrupted me, but I think you can... Yes, you can go down into the sewers right now if you want to. We're not going to do that, but now we can explore. So now we're in Santa Monica. So we live behind a pawn shop. So let's try to see if we can maybe get some weapons or something in here. I don't think we have enough cash for something, but we can always maybe sell some of the items that we have. If we look back in our inventory, we have a replica of a much nicer watch, and then a pill bottle. Estrogen, caution, do not take if male. So we had an estrogen pill bottle in our apartment from whoever the last tenant was, I assume. Let's look around Tripp's pawn shop real quick. Some fine dining articles there, some silverware, magazines, a stereo system, a camera, which is kind of cool, some vases or vases, a microwave, a fancy clock, some cool phones. Actually, yeah, some of these, that one looks super rad. It's got so many switches on it, dude. It's got, oh dude, it's also got like a rotary function too. That's fucking cool. A candlestick, computer, fucking floppy disk drive, some monitors, TVs, or a smaller TV, a coffee maker, some joypads, or joysticks technically with 2 buttons. This is technically what was like all this is all available like around the time this game came out. Like these type of model of joysticks, which is pretty interesting. And then some paintings, and then that's it. Can we read this? Not at all. But it's called The Lily, and it's all kind of very blurry. But yeah, Tripp's pawn shop is pretty neat. Well, let's go and talk to Tripp.
Hey.
Yeah?
How's it going? You, looking to buy or sell or...
I'd like to sell something.
Really? Well, let me see what you got.
So here you can actually go through all your equipment, and it'll show you like how much he'll pay you for it. We can't sell our light clothing because we don't have anything else. We've got our wallet with $100. We can't sell our lockpick. Oh wait, yes we can. We're not going to. That'd be stupid. He'll buy a blood pack, for some reason. But then we have our bottles, and then this unknown book for $15. So we'll go ahead and sell him the pill bottle, and then we'll sell him the replica. He does sell books though. 2 books that we don't know what they might be. We do need 2 research here, and then we need 3. No, it's not my first run through the game. I'm just showing it off. But we have played through, or I have played through this game before
Thanks
a
for
long time
coming
ago.
back. What you need?
So let's see what Tripp has to say. So, nice story you got here.
Thanks. You, new to Santa Monica?
Yeah. What's there to do around here?
Beats me. Santa Monica is dead. I don't know why anyone comes out here anymore.
So what's your name?
You call me Tripp. I own this shop.
Nice to meet you, Trip.
Thanks. You, new to Santa Monica?
I think we've already... I think we've already gone through this, but yeah.
It's not a big surprise. We get you faces through here night after night. Used to be more tourists, but now... I don't know, man. It's more like drifters.
Yeah, well, this is the version I got off of GOG. It does already come with a 10.2 patch, but you can technically patch it further if you really want to. I decided just to stick with this, so long as it's just running. That's all I really care about. But let's see. Why do people come here?
Beats me. Santa Monica is dead.
Okay, so
I
he's
don't know
already
why
said this.
anyone comes out here.
Okay, so let's see if he says anything
Thanks for
else.
coming back. What you need?
Let's see. Do you sell weapons, by chance?
No. Not really. Sorry.
Too bad. That's a shame. But I think later on, if you have a different, if you have higher like negotiation skills, I believe he does give you the option to. But either way, so that's Trip. Trip is pretty cool. He's a nice dude. As you can see, the fucking pawn shop is like protected, because of course it would be. Alright, so that's the pawn shop. Tattoo shop, I don't think this is open to us. Yeah, this is like locked. We have a medical clinic we can go into. I think this chick is a prostitute.
Hey,
Yeah.
honey, looking for a date?
So there are prostitutes in this game. You could pay them or seduce them in order to suck their blood if you want blood. So let's go ahead and say no thanks, we'll pass.
Hey, need a date?
Let's see what this dude has to say.
What time is it?
What are you doing?
Nothing. Nothing. Just waiting for a friend to get off work. He's a police officer, old army buddy. He should be bringing his dog as well. It's a Rottweiler. Wonderful attack dogs they are.
Can I persuade you to help me out? My wallet's been stolen.
Afraid I'm a little short on cash right now. I'm so sorry.
Aw. Oh well. Maybe you're looking for a little company?
I'm happily married to my work. And I have a wife too.
And that's it. So if we had better social skills, of course we can persuade him to give us money. If we had intimidation, we could make him give us even more money. And if you could seduce him, you could basically get him to, you know, let you suck blood off of him. I was gonna say suck him off, but that sounds bad.
I'm going to need a shower.
Obviously. Also, they removed, I believe his car was supposed to be here. He's supposed to have like a car that's like broken down or something, and that's his whole purpose for being here. Where he's stranded basically. And of course he's not, or sorry, of course he's like rich, right? So he's not used to being around a quote-unquote dangerous part of town like Santa Monica. And of course he's gonna be a little wary. But let's try going into the medical clinic. See what happens here.
Hey, how's it going, girl?
Do I know you?
Oh man, wait! Say that again!
Okay. Do I know you?
Oh man, you're a vampire, aren't you?
What? Vampire? What the hell are you smoking?
Come on, you are too! Oh man, don't bullshit me, girl, just come clean. I ain't gonna tell no one, it's okay! I just wanna talk.
Alright then. Let's talk.
Hell yeah! Oh man, I knew it! Oh jeez, I knew you were, I just could tell, oh man, this is great! And I saw your teeth and I was like, damn, it was like I could just sense you. The name's Knox Harrington. Pleasure to meet you. Oh man.
Yeah, so Knox is an interesting character too. Like a lot of the NPCs in this game. As you can see, he's very loud. He's like, hey, I won't tell anyone. Oh, you're a vampire, aren't you? Are you a vampire? How do you know all this?
I'm a ghoul. I didn't know about any of this stuff until a couple of months ago. When this guy just appeared and, well, all of a sudden, BAM! Whoa, man! Vampires are real and right there in front of my eyes. Blew my goddamn mind.
You said you're a ghoul. What's that?
Well, the way it was explained to me, whenever a vampire lets a human drink some of their vampire blood, the human gains a little vampire power. Can heal up quick and that kind of stuff. Jeez, oh man. And they're a ghoul and ooh, watch out.
Who was the vampire that made you a ghoul?
Oh man, I really wish I could tell you, but I don't think I'm supposed to. But it's really cool to be talking to you well, because I don't get a lot of chance to talk to vampires. Oh man! Well, other than my master, so I thought I'd just say, what's up?
So, you like being a ghoul?
It's awesome! Man, after that first date to vampire blood, it's like the best drug. Oh man, I'm telling you, it's like, well, it didn't mess me up. It just made me feel like I was better at everything. I felt like a god just sucking on that nasty dude's wrist.
So, what are you doing around here?
Look, I probably shouldn't tell you this, but I'm on a secret mission for my master. Well, hey, it's been great talking to you, man, but I better be going. Oh, man, important stuff to do.
Has anyone told you you're an idiot? We could be rude to him. Let's just be nice. Let's say see you around. So he was shouting all that while a prostitute and just some civilian was here. Buy a watch? Okay, why? But yeah, he was just shouting all this shit out near all these people. Okay.
Buy a watch.
Let's go into the medical clinic. Alright. So, here we have a bunch of sick people. Obviously, say for example, if he busts out a gun, they'll probably call the cops, right? As this is if you look there on the top left, right above our health bar, like a masquerade zone where, we can't be violating the masquerade except for blood buff, unless we're caught. I don't think we can talk to any of these people.
No, I don't know you.
They'll just say things.
Out of my way.
That's it. What about you?
Excuse me? No.
What's the hops, bro?
Out of my way.
Out of my way. Okay. What do you have to say?
Please, wait your turn and you'll be seen.
Okay. So, we can't...
Please, wait your turn
Right.
and you'll be seen.
Bruh. Let me move. So yeah, we can't go
Nice night out, huh?
past this way, or she will stop us, right? Because everyone is, for some reason, sick. Very, very topical. However, there's probably some other way we can get in, right? Let me talk to you again.
What's up, girl?
Anything else to say? No, that's it. So, there's also weather. I forgot about this, which is pretty cool. There's rain. Not many games, at least around this time, had the sort of ambience, or ambiance. So here we have the blood bank. It's interesting. Like we saw at the very beginning, we could get a blood pack from our room. We can also buy blood, and we can also sneak in to the medical clinic. We'll do that in a bit. First, let's why don't we go down here and check out the blood bank. What's this place like? Hey, what's up? Employee of the month, Vandal. Okay. Hey, Vandal, what's up?
You next up for the needle? Your donation could save a life, you know. Oh, but isn't it a little late for altruism? I don't think you're here to give blood at all. I don't buy it, Betty. I bet you're here to take blood. Am I right?
I don't know what you're talking about. Look at their smile. Look at Vandal's fucking smile.
They all come in here with that same nonchalant look. With that, who, me, stare, as if they were so clever. Do you think you're the first vampire to try and come in here to buy blood? Honestly.
Really? I don't know what you're talking about. Vampires? Whatever.
Fine. If you don't want any, deny it. Deny that you wouldn't put the lukewarm bag to your lips and slurp out the copper-smelling sauce like a swarm of mosquitoes on a hemophiliac's back.
So, of course, we could just tell him to fuck off, and I think he won't sell his blood after that. But we can just be like, all right, I'll buy some. How much?
If you have to ask.
Show me what you got. And there it is. They'll sell you blood.
Serving number 26?
Just regular blood
Number
packs
20.
are $100. Technically 99,
Five?
right? And then we have blue blood, which is a bag of blood only from the finest human specimens. Pretty neat. And that's it. We could keep going this way, for example. We could try lock picking this door, trying to go going through there. We can go through this door too. But I think we'll come back here in a little bit. Let's try going to the clinic first. And also, we have vending machines. We can't use them, right? Not like we would need to anyways, right? We can't consume liquids besides blood. But we have Babaloop, we have Seed, X to C, Rondo, and Dank Stink. Liquid Demon Seed, Slobber It Down. And then we have 13 stimulants in every bottle. 13. They sell 13. Yellow Snow, Sex, Triple Team, and Dirty Stenches. I don't know anyone who would drink that. Or, I mean, maybe it's coffee? Who knows? Let's go ahead and save again. I could be using quick saves, but the keyboard that I'm using doesn't have a quick, like... I mean, I would have to press a function key to press an F key, which sucks. So I'll just manually save. It doesn't really matter. Alright, hold on. Okay. So, it's a good thing I kind of removed this. You can't see it right now, but I'm being follow spammed again by that Hoss dude. This happened during Dark Souls 2. But, like, right now, like, my activity feed is just going through the fucking roof. It's a good thing that shit's disabled. Otherwise, you'd be seeing, like, bunnies popping constantly. Alright. Back to it. So, we were able to get through. I didn't see how difficult this was. It was probably 2, maybe 3. But let's proceed. So we aren't able to sneak into the clinic now. Let's see what's in this room.
Please, get a doctor.
I'll see what I can do.
My insides, it hurts so bad. Can someone call my grandma, please?
Stay with me. I can save you. So here we get a choice. We can try to make her into a ghoul if we want to by giving her our blood. At least, that should save her. We were told by Nox what vampire blood can do. And if we want to save her life, this is one way to do it. I don't think you can actually get a doctor to save her, right? But I believe if you don't learn about this from Nox, about vampire blood, and just sneak in here first, I don't think you'll be given this option, and I think she might not be able to be saved. I don't remember because I've never done it, but let's try to see if we can give her some blood. You alright?
You... Who are you? Oh, what did you do? What did you do to me?
Simply wanted to help.
But you did something. I kissed your wrist. I can feel it inside of me. What did you do?
Look, forget about this, and don't say anything. You'll be fine.
You... I feel like I know you. Like you've always been here.
I really must be going now. So, you can tell her the vampires are real, but I think she'll just freak out, and also, it's not really something you should do. Like, one of the first things you were told is like, hey, don't let anyone know vampires are real, and the first thing you do is like, oh yeah, here's my blood, I'm a vampire, right? Like, that's, you know, kind of not the right thing to do, at least if you're role-playing this properly. Or, you know, if you're trying to make sense of this. Let's try to proceed this way, though. So, what's in room 3? We have a doctor. That's someone. Okay. What about in room 2? Nothing in here, I think. Nope. So, let's try checking these other rooms. So here we have administration. Is there anything in here? There's no one. So let's try using this computer and let's see what we can find in here. So we have email and personnel. So let's check email first. Let's see what we can get. Let's try to hack it. Lakers. Alright. So let's start checking out these emails here. A little help from friend Dingo. Hey, Danny. I could use a little help down here. Can you go up to the controlled substances for some morphine? I'm pretty busy right now. Thanks. F-Dog. Subject Ray Yo Mama. No, it's not for my personal use, you bastard. I didn't know they were out upstairs. Maybe you can get some in Malcolm's office. By the way, your mother wears combat boots. F-Dog. Ray Amnesia. Oh shit, that's cold. But I'll make sure to knock before I go in. I'd hate to catch him in the middle of a pelvic examination. And by the way, tell your mom to stop calling me F-Dog. Yeah. Interesting, back and forth between the staff here. So let's check out the personnel. So there's 3 commands. Phlebotomist P, Bill E, St. Martin M, Roberts D, or Thornton K. I think you actually have to type out the whole thing. So let's start with the long one. Invalid command, hold on. Oh, wait, it's just P, sorry. So, nope. What did I misspell it? Let's try that again. Phlebotomist, yeah, like comma, yeah, and then P. Or just, yeah. Was it capital P? That's weird. Let's try Bill E. Okay, there it is. So Bill E. Dr. Bill has worked in this clinic as this clinic's internal wrangler since 1999. Okay, how about St. Martin? Yeah. Malcolm St. Martin is our night shift senior physician. We have Roberts D. Has never lost a patient. No one can succeed like Dr. Roberts. Man. What? Oh, Thornton. Okay. My bad. Several malpractice suits filed against him for unnecessary gynecology suggest termination. Let's try this one more time. Automus, comma, and then P. Let's see. Is it right? Should be. There we go. Phlebotomist P. Phil Phlebotomist is a loyal employee and a hard worker, but seems to have various digestive tract abnormalities which, unfortunately, result in an increased rate of flatulence. Oh no, what an unfortunate name. The smell of these phenomena is nothing short of horrendous. It seems we may have to do something about him. So now we kind of know, you know, the staff here a little bit. God. So there's like a rapist, a really good doctor. Interesting. Room 4, have some estrogen bottles. Yeah, more pills. And then we've got Dr. Malcolm St. Martin. If we try to lockpick into here. What do we get? Difficulty of 4, so let's just blood buff and then just do lockpick. Okay, let's go in. So now we get into St. Martin's office. So now we don't need to crouch here, but there's a bunch of morphine, which is nice. Very nice. Now let's try to get into here. So what do we have? Email and patience. So let's check out the email. Now let's try to crack it. Okay. So, So, St. Martin, what have you got going on in your email? Malcolm, are you free tonight? I thought you could swing by my apartment after your shift. You do still make house calls, don't you, Doctor? I have something that needs to be checked out. Paige. Thinks she's suspicious. Hold on, what's the title for that? Tonight, right? This one? Thinks she's suspicious. Do I really have to ask twice? We don't have to do anything if you don't want to. But I really do need some help studying for my anatomy test. Please? Guess I'll see you around 5. I'm really glad you finally decided to come over. And if you should want me to show my appreciation, you just have to ask. So, seems like, this doctor's having an affair. On your way home from Trina. Malcolm, do you think you'll be able to get a day off next week? My mother's coming into town on Thursday. I bought a new mattress and some new curtains for the guest room. And do you think you can pick up some donuts and orange juice on the way home for breakfast? So yeah, seems like this dude has a wife and he's like probably cheating on her. So, let's check out the patients themselves though. Oh. Let's try to get in again. So, hippocampus, right? No, hypocrites. Okay. Yeah, 4 emails, and then we've got the... Oh, boy. Oh, well, we know about Kilpatrick. Let's try checking him out real quick. Diagnosis: severe tinea infected compounded by untreated herpes? Oh, no. Oh, Kilpatrick, no. Oh boy, dude has herpes. That's... Diagnosis: ruptured organs, lacerations, internal bleeding, condition critical. D. Marsh. Diagnosis: frequent bouts of sexlexia. Okay. And M. Barber. Chronic marboperitis? Marboperitis? Uncurable. Okay. So, we do have morphine now, right? How many? We have 3 bottles of morphine, and we've got more estrogen. Used to ease the suffering of sufficiently painful wounds. I don't think we can actually use that, though. Ourselves, right? Yeah, can't use. So we can sell it, perhaps? Maybe use it somewhere else? But now that we know that this doctor's been having an affair, that's quite something. Have you already checked this room out? Yes. So, let's try getting in here. So let's save again. And I don't think we can actually open it, right? No. It's gonna be locked. So, we're gonna have to, like, sneak back out of here. But before we do, let me talk to this doctor. Who might you be?
I'm sorry, miss, but you're gonna have to wait outside like everyone else. No exceptions.
Are you Malcolm? Does your wife know about your affair?
Get out of here. Can't you see I'm with a patient?
I guess you don't care if, your wife finds out, then.
Are you trying to blackmail me? You don't know who my wife is. She wouldn't believe you. Now get out.
Then I'll forward that email from Paige to Trina at sol.vtm.
Wait now. What do you want?
$75.
Deal. But I'm in the middle of something. I'll have to drop it off later. You'll never speak to me about that again.
Put it in the mailbox for 508 in the apartments over at the pawn shop, Doctor.
What time is it?
So, again, if you had higher persuasion, if you had higher social skills,
I could only rest for a second.
you would have gotten more money out of that. But hey, 75 bucks is 75 bucks. You'd think for blackmailing a doctor, we'd be getting a lot more. But, I guess you take what you can get, right? Now, let's try checking up here. I don't think we did. I don't think there is anything up here that I remember. Oh, right. It's the other entrance. Okay, let's try going in. Let's save one more time. So, how much do we need for this to get in? Because we can go up to 6. We need 2. That's good. So, mind you, we don't have to come here at all. But, hey, why not, right? The area's here to explore. And that's, again, one of the cool things about this game. It's open world, kind of like Deus Ex, the first one, in the sense that you've got a bunch of little open areas that you can explore. That's how this is. So, let's see what we've got here. Maintenance. Let's try to get in. Oh shit. We got spotted. Okay. Let's... You mean feed attempt fail. So let's just... You know. We're not gonna kill him, but I think this will just stun him. No? Okay. Yeah, we lose humanity because we kind of killed just an innocent cop. So that's a shame. So let's not do that. Alright, Reno. Catch you later. Thanks for stopping by, though. Really appreciate it. So we just have to be, you know, a little more careful around this area. We could sneak past instead, I believe. Because the dude's gonna be, like, right here. We swap on over to this view. You can see him, like, coming over. So we could do something like maybe the Ravens to distract him, perhaps. I don't think we have an actual...
Areas for hospital staff only.
Okay. And we'll just, you know, get out in a little bit. I think he's gonna walk all the way around. Yep, so now we can start lockpicking. Failed. We need 4. Great. Oh, no, wrong one. I don't know if we're actually, lockpicking right now or if the protein is kicking in. Oh, boy. Yeah, let's step out. Because we're gonna be... Alright, let's load it again just to not waste time. Because we're also running low on blood, and that was my fault for hitting protein instead. Alright, so let's encounter the guard, and then, we'll blood buff our way into that room. Because besides this, we have CIS. No idea what that means. But then we've got the guard over here. Because I don't think we can lockpick this fast enough. And we'll fail it anyways. Or we would have failed it anyways without the blood buff. And I don't want to waste the blood buff and the blood points.
This area is for hospital staff only.
So say okay. We'll let him go around the corner. As soon as he does, we'll get to lockpicking. So this... Okay, and in here we have a vent, it seems, and a box we can move here, and we should be able to, if we want to, I think we can use it. Otherwise, just plop it, and then just get up here anyways. Oh. And then crouch, I believe, and then we can move up here. Okay. So you can crouch jump in this game. We've got cameras here. I don't think we can open this. It's not going to let us. We've got a hole this way we can jump down through. Let's see what's over here, though. So we have 2 vents. It's probably the CIS room that we saw a bit ago. Central Information System? Not sure what that might stand for, though. Let's get up. Get up. And let's try hacking if we can into this computer. Come on. I thought I saw an option. There it is. Okay. So, we have the CS door and then we have the CS cabinet. So, let's see what CS door is. So, attack it. So, we need hack attempt of 4. So, let's try again. Let's control C. With, we can't blood buff like this. We have to get out, blood buff, quickly do this, do CS door, and then control C it. No? Oh, no, it doesn't buff our intelligence. What am I doing? Okay, then we'll come back to this. That was a waste of a blood point. That was my bad. That's fine now. We can go back up here, though. Onto here. Up. Right? Or is it a one-way trip? Seems like it's a one-way. Never mind, we're gonna have to get out somehow. I think we can get back up there. I'm probably just being dumb. Okay. Let's save one more time. And... guard might be here, though. Let's see. So he's probably just around the corner. This way. Here we can't be seen, it seems. Or we shouldn't be. Dude might be coming around at any moment, though. There he is.
Did you hear me? This is a restricted area. Now leave, or I will use force.
Okay. So now we kind of have to leave. Okay, so we don't have to be here anyways yet. But we can come back if we want to. Maybe later. For now, I guess we'll leave. I think the easiest part is just to, like, kill the dude. Because otherwise he's just going to be annoying. Unless we intimidate him or distract him or seduce him or some shit. But that's the clinic. Let's try to get some more blood then. Let's try to see if we can find someone out here in the back alleys, perhaps. Maybe someone got lost or something. Maybe somewhere a little further away than normal. You also have to be careful about who you have drained and who you haven't. So for example, we had that hobo over there, right? We could try to go drain him, but if we do, he might have very low blood, like, left over. And if he does, that's pretty bad for us. Let's see if there's anything else this way. Maybe in this corner, perhaps. Sometimes people walk down here. No one here yet. Okay, that's fine. Anyone else here? Here we have another prostitute we could talk to. You can pay for blood that way. And then 2nd Street, and then the beach is this way. So there's no one in this area, so might as well just proceed. So let's actually go and meet up with Mercurio. We're a little late, right? We were technically supposed to meet him ASAP, but hey, you can wait a little bit, right? Alright, so I wonder what room Mercurio was at. Well, can't go into that one. Can't go into that one. This one's locked behind a password, or an electronic, or a magnetic door. And then we have this one. So, hello.
Those mothers ripped me off. I'm dying here.
Are you Mercurio?
Yeah. You looking for the astrolite? I can feel a draft on my fucking insides. They shanked me, the bastards. The blood ain't working no more. My head, it feels cracked. I think my eyes popped.
Stay with me, what happened?
What is this lump? Is this my rib? Oh, holy shit, my rib is poking through my side? Oh, I'm all numb. You gotta look and tell me.
Jeez. It's a broken bottle, now tell me what happened.
Goddamn chemist. Can't trust any operators in L.A. I verified him. Organizations seem reliable. Guy mixes up speed. His crew sells it. Occasionally does explosives. I set up a drop. I show up at the beach with the money, right? 4 of his guys, they come out of nowhere. Junky pricks. Hit me with a bat. It feels like I got a friggin' horse kick in it. I never should have gone alone. Amateur move. I should have handled those pricks. Goddamn dirty Cali rat bastards. Those cocksuckers beat me rotten, left me for a stiff. I had to crawl to my car, crawl my ass up here. The vamp blood's the only thing holding me together. But shit, they got the money, they got the astrolite.
Man. So here we could be... Like, we could ask Vampblood and find out more about ghouls. We could be an ass kisser and be like, I'll tell the prince about this. Or we could just ask him, hey, where are these bastards?
Small-time sons of bitches live out in a dump on the beach. 4 or 5 of them. And one's got the explosives is Dennis. Got my money too, that prick.
How do I get there?
Laying in a pool in my own blood and you want friggin' directions. Right, alright. Down the street, in the parking garage, stairs down to the beach. On the right. Those better not be some of my last words.
Anything else?
You gotta get it back from him. Maybe reason with him, maybe break in. I don't know. I want to kill him. Do whatever you people do. I blew it, I know.
Is there anything I can do to help you?
Yeah, if you could... Oh, something just started leaking. I need something for the pain.
I already have some. Hold still. So we were able to get some morphine.
Holy Christ, I needed that.
You're welcome. I'll come back when I have the astrolite. Goodbye.
One more thing. About the deal. I mean it. You tell anyone about this, I'm dead.
begging you. I got a way of getting people what they need. You don't say anything, I can help you out.
Good to know. See ya. So, you could ask him at that point, be like, hey, is there anything else I can get you? Like, to help you out? And he'd be like, maybe some morphine? Where can I get some? Maybe the clinic? And then that's when we go where we, we're just at, right? Or we could get it now and then help him out with that. However, we now have some more experience points. So now we can probably put something into research. So, that would be things like scholarship, for example. Anything else that helps us out with that? That's persuasion, that's haggle, that's seduction, right? Perception, intimidation, and then that's more hacking, but we can't do that. So let's go ahead and put some in scholarship then, because that should be the only thing that helps us out, right? Yeah. So now we should be able to read books. Let's go ahead and put 1 in there, and then we'll confirm it. And now, if we go to our inventory, if we look at this book, Peepin', A Voyeur's Field Guide. Peepin's not just for lonely, perverted losers anymore. In fact, at least 3 psychologists say it's a healthy form of sexual expression. Every good voyeur needs to develop a sneaking game. Get used to crouching and evenly distributing the weight as you walk. Stick to the shadows and behind cover. You'll be tapping titties in no time. This book raises your stealth skill. So we can read it or we can sell it. We'll just read it. And that buffed our that buffed our stats. So if we look at our stealth, it should be here. Where the fuck was it? Sneaking. It went up 3. So there we go. We got 1 point in it when before we had none. So now, as for playstyle, we're gonna just kind of go mainly, I guess, brawl and melee at least at the beginning, and then mid game we're gonna swap on over to just guns, mainly because of just how the end of the game works. If you've played this before, you know how when you get to a certain point later on with, let's say, the movie set, it's a lot more gun dependent. But let's head on over to the beach. Let's try to get that AstroTurf back. So in this area, like, we could actually talk to these guys, smooth talk them, get the AstroTurf, I mean, and
that's the kind of thing that makes you lose your faith in humanity.
I gotta say, it's the second worst thing I've ever seen.
Poor bastard down there is torn in 2. By the looks of it, you'd think someone tied him to 2 horses and raced them in opposite directions. What could you have possibly seen that was worse than what's down there?
It was about 3 years ago up in Malibu. Found this guy on the beach. Looked like, I don't know, an animal attack.
Shark bite?
Nah, I've seen shark bites. This was something different. Like whatever killed him knew what it was doing. The head was missing, the hands were missing. And there were these huge slashes. But
bullshit.
No. Guy was literally slashed to ribbons. The worst part was I was waiting for the meat wagon and I felt like something was watching me. I swear on my badge today that there was something just out of sight. For a split second, I thought about running to the squad car and getting the hell out of that place. This day makes me wonder what's really out there.
Maybe it was a werewolf. Woo!
All right.
Or a vampire.
Forget it. See, this is why you didn't get invited to Hernandez's wedding, Ted.
But yeah, so they talk more about the killer that we heard about on TV a while ago. It's pretty fucked up, like, if you really think about it, if this fucking happened. Imagine, like, a corpse split in half or something. That is fucked up, man. But let's go to the beach. But yeah, in this area that we're about to go to, you could be very persuasive. You could just, walk in, seem like you're doing business. Or you can go in guns blazing as well. Shoot people, kill people, get what we need. Let's see how it goes. We try to be as smooth as we can, and if we can't, then we'll just, maybe eat some people.
Up there, through that chain link gate and up those stairs.
What?
Those men you are looking for.
How did you know I was looking for someone?
Never mind. You wouldn't understand.
Well, thanks. Huh. Well, we have a group of people here. I don't think we have any hobos or anything we can drain, except for whomever might be up there if they try to fight with us. We have a wooden stake. Alright. Let's talk to some of these people.
Listen, it's like I've told you types about 1,000 times now. We know we can't hunt round here, alright? We're minding our own business. No reason to hassle the weaklings.
See any thugs come through here carrying bats?
Hey, you should try up there, through that chain link gate. A couple of real nasty looking bloods come out there a couple of times a night.
Cool. Now, who are you guys exactly?
You mean you ain't here to run us off?
No. Why would you think that?
We're getting pretty sick of it. Someone's sighting domain, or in the worst cases, hunting us for sport.
What? Why?
Dunno. We all seem to have come down with the same disease. Oh, hell, who am I kidding? We're a bad horror show, alright? We seem to be the runts, the mistakes. You types call us thin bloods. I say we're all equally screwed.
Thin Bloods? But what clan are you from?
Clan? See, I've heard all that before, and I still don't know what the hell anyone's talking about. I'd like to know just what I've become. We'd all like to know just what the hell kind of devil's contract we've apparently signed.
How'd this happen to you?
I'd just come to town for the surf tourney. Seems like years ago, but it's, well, been about 6 months now. Every night during the finals, I used to hit the local diner after the beach parties fizzled out in the AM. That's where I met her.
Met who?
She had a natural beauty. Not like all the plastic dolls littering the sand. Her name was Lily. I remember introducing myself, the way she seemed grateful for the company. Well, a few nights after our meeting, we were on the beach alone.
Whoa, look at the time.
She tried to tell me what she was, but I didn't understand. And so she showed me. I was furious with her when I took it all in. I cursed her and left, never really knowing what I was. Well, I realise now how she must have felt. So here I am now, a mystery to myself.
Is Lily dead?
Clinically, yes. But honestly, I don't know. I suppose I'd have moved on by now if I didn't think she'd show up one of these nights. There's a lot I've got left to say to her.
So, you do know you're vampires, right?
That's what Lily tried to tell me. But what I don't understand are the rules, and the terms, and the reasons some of them are at our throats claiming we're harbingers of the apocalypse. That's what I want to know.
Are all these others here Thin Bloods as well?
Aye. Most of them just recently arrived in LA. Got chased off by the Sabbath or some such thing from their home cities. They're more in the dark than I am. They're a good bunch, but well, they've been through a lot. It's affected them.
Maybe I should look into this whole Thin Blood thing.
Well, I hope you have better luck than I did. No one's been particularly friendly to me in this city. Only reason we're in Santa Monica is because we haven't been chased out yet.
I'll ask around and see what I can dig up.
Oh, we'd appreciate it. Oh, before I forget, name's E. The black-haired beauty over there's Rosa. Sees the future, so she says. That nervous bloke is Copper. And the one who can't speak so well's Julius. Kids gloves with them. They've had it rough.
Any idea where I might begin to look for information?
Seems no one will talk about it. This all started that night in the diner. Maybe you could start there.
I'll see what I can do. Goodbye. So, I'll probably explain a bit more as, this goes on. I don't think they kind of cover what Thin Bloods really are. They kind of just give you an overview as to what they really are, though. Just a slight overview. Alright, Mari. Catch you later, man. So, just to kind of cover it, at the beginning of the stream, if you were here for, like, my exposition, right, I mentioned how we're kind of, like, the last generation of, like, vampire from our clan in this game, or I think it's supposed to be the second to last. Technically, the final branch is the weakest, the one that gets very little to no powers, right? Whatever comes after that is a Thin Blood. So, like I mentioned, you've got the original vampires, you know, the first generation, and then so on and so forth. The further you go down the line, of course, the weaker the bloodline gets. And then once you're past that weak line, like, we have abilities that we can use. We've got Night Wisp, we got Fortitude, Protein, right? Part of our clan. These dudes don't have access to that. They're just vampires. That's all they are. They have maybe some human strength, superhuman strength, maybe some faster reflexes, some speed, but they all have to feed on blood, right? Like that's what's going on with them. And that's kind of how Thin Bloods are. You can kind of get an idea as to what clan they might belong to. I believe E might be a Toreador, and I believe she's a Malkavian. They don't really tell you, because of course they don't know. But I think you can kind of guess by their abilities and their actions. Those are the only ones I remember. I don't remember about them too. Well, let's talk to them. Let's see what we can get from them.
Abby, no, you are going to China.
What are you talking about?
Why is he smiling? The father. Is it the father behind him?
You're not making any sense.
You chased it for the one at the top of the city. On the sea. Oh, on the ground. You found it in the crypt. It's open. Oh, it's open. Oh God. Oh God. Run.
I don't understand.
I'm sorry. Sometimes I see nothing. Disregard what I say.
Come on, tell me more.
I don't know what I'm saying. Forget what I say.
Can you tell me my fortune? I'll pay you.
Fortune is not your destiny. All of us are unfortunate. Every time I sleep, the future plays out before me. I know the ending. It will end over and over until I cease to dream. I know your questions. For $100, I'll tell you what you don't want to hear. I need money to leave this place.
100? I'll give you 20. Here's my question. Or maybe another time. You could really, probably help her out. Let's see. Let's give her 20.
Then ask again.
What's going to happen in the next few nights? Or who I can trust? Or who are my enemies? So we could ask her any of these. So, let's go with who can we trust?
The man on the couch. The lone wolf. All others, tread carefully.
Okay. What's going to happen to me in the next few nights?
The Crimson Ship. He's not who he says she is, and is going to burn. Dinosaurs. He's furious. The man with the crest. The voice in the darkness. Boss. Chinese brothers. Follow the lights to the end of the tunnel. Where do you want to go?
Okay. And who are my enemies then?
Many. Everywhere. Some with swords, some with smiles. But I pity them. You are a remarkable foe.
Okay. So who has a job I can do?
Those with a lot to say usually have something on their mind. There are many unique individuals around the city. It's almost as if they're waiting for you to ask the right thing. E, for example.
Any advice at all? Something that's gonna save my life?
Don't open it.
Okay. In 5th grade, who stole my bike?
I see the future, not the past.
So am I going to win after all is said and done?
Whether or not you win the game matters not. It's if you bought it.
Goodbye. That's funny. That's pretty funny. Oh. Alright, let's talk to this dude.
Do you know who the head vampire is?
What are you talking about?
If the head vampire dies, we all become human again, right?
Only in the movies.
Oh. But, how about blood transfusions? If I get a full blood transfusion, I can become human again, right?
No, I think it's permanent.
What? Oh, no. There's nothing I can do?
You can try not to let your condition defeat you.
But how? I don't want this. I want to be human again.
The dead can never live again. They can survive. Do you understand? It's gonna be okay, champ. or always remember what you are. So I think those options got added later by the modders who patched this game. What you can do with this guy, if you have a high enough persuasion level, is you can fuck with him. You can tell him, yeah, you can kill the head vampire. You give him a steak. Yeah, hey, for a blood transfusion, does that work? Yeah, you give him a pack of blood. He gives you money for it. And then he'll go off. He'll ask you, who's the head vampire? And then you tell him, the president of the United States, or something like that. And then he'll try to kill the president. And you lose humanity for doing that. And it's pretty fucked up, but you can do it. Let's talk to this dude.
Evening.
Are you okay?
It's nothing.
Do I scare you?
No. I have a speech problem. Sorry.
Well, sorry to bother you. Because he doesn't really say much. He might. I think if you ask him about the guys, they'll just tell you, hey, they're up there. So of course we can go up there. And these, again, are the bunch of thin bloods. So let's try... Well, let's go up here. And let's see if we can try to maybe get some explosives. Now, before we continue, I did want to test something out real quick. Give me 1 second. Okay. Yeah, so it works. I just needed to check something with my keyboard. Alright. So, let's go up here and see what happens. So, we've got a van, we've got a beach house, the pier, see cops. That's the scene that we were at a bit ago. It's pretty cool that you're able to see all this. Not gonna lie, that's pretty rad. Alright. What's up, man? I need to get inside. I need to buy some Astrolite.
Oh, really? You call ahead? The man expecting you? Because he didn't tell me to expect anybody.
Yeah, he's expecting me.
Nice try, prick. Now get the fuck out of here before I use your head for batting practice.
Okay, I'm out of here. And then we can just go up to him and eat him. In the meantime, because everyone is going to come for us. So, it's combat time. Because we weren't going to get in here diplomatically and actually try to, you know, maybe have some fun. But I think that might have blown the Astrolite. I hope that's not the case. Oop. Oh, let's go. He's still alive. Well, not for long. I really hope that didn't fucking blow the AstroTurf. Otherwise, we're gonna have to... Did I say Astrolite or AstroTurf? Otherwise, I think we fail. And we'll have to, like, sneak around instead. And maybe try to get it. So, well, I thought combat was over, but I guess not. We'll go this way. So normally, you can sneak around this place. And then get in. But we did it the allowed. Nope, never mind, it's still there. Alright, we're fine. One more. Alright. Perfect. So here's the Astrolite. Which is neat. I think this exploded when the dude saw us, like, chomping on him. But the combat music is still on. Also, well, I'll show you how to, like, get in here if you're going to be sneaking. But let's get some items first. So we can open this up. And what happens if we go in here? A money envelope. Alright. So, I'll show you from the outside. Let's just pick up everything that we can get while we're here, you know? And then I'll just show you the other route. Got a car stereo we can sell. Nothing in there. Got a baseball bat. Which I don't think we can pick up. I think we already have one, right? For inventory. Yeah, we already have a baseball bat. thought we could have more and just like sell it, but I guess not. Go here. What do you have? A knife. You can watch more TV. And this dude dropped a bat and a tire iron. Alright, so we're set here. So what you could have done is, if he tells you to beat it, you can basically, I think it's just walk this way. And then just like start sneaking. And from here, you can just sneak through this fence. I believe this can be broken. Yeah, so this can be moved. Like that. And then you can just go in. And you can sneak past them. And then from here, you can go in either through the front gate, or sorry, front door, or sneak around the back. And then over here, there's a fuse box, which you can actually turn off, which turns the lights off inside of the building, which is pretty cool. And you can try going this way, and then you can break in from here. You can use the lockpick and get in. We're gonna use blood buff because I think this gives us experience by lockpicking doors. So, like as time goes on, unless it doesn't anymore. Also, there should have been a dog, I believe, that tries to attack you, but I guess they got rid of it because of, well, animal cruelty probably. But in the original game, you could have been attacked by a dog if you like tried sneaking in through the other side. Let's see if it's still here. It should be on this side. Yeah, like it would have been here. Like I don't think this would be here, and then the dog would be back there and it would attack you. Like it would charge at you. At least in the release version. But we got the AstroTurf, or the Astrolite, and AstroTurf is like construction shit. I don't know why I keep saying that. We got the Astrolite, and we got the money back. So that's pretty good. And we just jump this way. I don't know how... we jumped on top of him by accident. No, where are you going? Also, I don't know how they're able to do this. I forgot to mention this, but in the role-playing game on the tabletop, fire is very dangerous, and like Jack mentioned, fire is real trouble. If you get caught on fire, you're fucked. And in the actual tabletop, if you see fire, it fucks you up. You have to do like will checks to make sure that you don't go insane or frenzy at the sight of a flame. Because, well, fire is fucking dangerous, especially to vampires. So I don't know how these guys are able to do this. But let's try going this way. Whoa. You see that, right? Yeah, it's like a wolf. It's running away. Oh, it's fucking freaky. Now, why is there a wolf here? Now, we know that there's been, like, a killer. Is the wolf responsible for, like, killing these dudes? There's something else back here. I don't see any other wolves, either. Let's try exploring the pier a little bit, and then we'll go back to Mercurio and help him out. Okay. Now, I don't think we can actually talk to the cops. This will be, like, locked, I believe. But we can explore the rest of the pier, since this is technically a crime scene. So, Psychic. Reading by Madame Leota. Or Leota, that's probably how they want to pronounce it. No parking anytime. There's an arcade! Yo, what do we have? River Raid by Activision? Hell yeah. Blood Quest? Bro, my favorite. It's like the Pac-Man ripoff. Oh, Pitfall! These are all just like classic Atari, Activision games. I mean, this is an Atari title. There's Call of Duty, the pinball machine. There's Rampage. Okay. River Raid again. An actual, like one of these like reading, like fortune teller machines, like the ones that have a little robot inside. What else do we have? More Pitfall and Call of Duty, and then just more of these vending machines. I don't remember if these were added, just patched later by the modders, or if these were here. I think this one for sure was. I don't remember the Call of Duty one, though. Might have been. But there's some cute little Easter eggs, right? Because this was published by Activision. Oh. And here we can see the dude who got, like, slashed and torn to bits. Like, his fucking heart is missing. Look at that shit. Ah, it's fucking gruesome, man. Let's check out what our quest log said. Because it said that it got updated, right? So, which one is it? So, Carnival of Death. You saw the murder scene on the pier, but weren't able to find out anything significant about the killer, except that the killing was extremely brutal, vicious, and beast-like. Okay. So have these also as well. So let's go ahead and give Mercurio back the Astrolite, and then from there we'll probably do the Thin Blood stuff. Wherefore art thou, Mercurio? Okay, let's look at the Astrolite itself though. Got a stake here. Then we've got a powerful liquid explosive made from over-the-counter chemicals. Jeez, dude. Look at that shit. And a popular car stereo model that might be worth something to someone who asks a few questions about its origin. So obviously we can pawn the stereo if we want. I don't think this guy will talk to us. And technically I don't think we're supposed to be here.
Nothing back there for you to see.
Okay. And I don't think we can feed on him, unfortunately. Not like we need to, but if you were wondering, I don't think it lets you. Also, I think you can actually go into the water, but I don't remember. Let's try it out. I know there are some water stages, or like a stage where you have to like traverse through water, but I don't remember if there's anything here in the water itself, so let's just save anyways before trying it. Yeah, it's not gonna let you in. Okay, that's fine. Because I know the vampire universe does have things that lurk in the water. I don't think vampires specifically, but I'm pretty sure there are other creatures that do lurk about in the depths. Alright. So, let's go back to Mercurio real quick. We could do the diner stuff right now, because it's actually like here, I believe. Unless, let me just double check. This was, I think it's 2nd Street. I think we go that way. And that's how we can get to the diner. Yeah, the diner will be that way. Yeah, we'll do Mercurio first, and then we'll do the diner stuff, because it's right here. Alright. And let's go. Oh. Mercurio? Got the Astrolite back.
Yeah? Did you waste those sons of bitches?
Yeah, they left me no choice.
Good. Great. Hope it was painful. Did you get my money back?
Now, we could lie to him and tell him, nah, I couldn't find it, sorry. But we could be nice. So, let's say, yeah, your money? Yes, yes. Yes, I did. Here it is.
Oh, you're a lifesaver. I might have to buy some new kidneys with this.
What's the story with this Astrolite?
That Astrolite? Twice as powerful as TNT. Instant demolition. Be on the other side of the world when you engage that timer. You need to make someplace disappear. A warehouse. Looks to be a Sabbat interest.
Okay. So here we can ask more about the Sabbat if you want, from Mercurio. So let's do that. So, what's a Sabbat?
You haven't been doing this too long, have you? The Sabbat, as I understand it, are your typical power-hungry movie monsters. They specialize in causing grief. I've tangled with their like, let me tell you. I didn't enjoy it.
So tell me about this warehouse.
I heard a lot about that operation. Well, I'd love to get in there, get my hands on the equipment they've been unloading. But it'd be suicide to walk in there. Got a small army of trigger-happy types, and they're all packing. I don't know, maybe,
Maybe what?
there's a guy. I never met him, but I heard a lot about him. His name is Tongue. Bertram Tongue. He's one of you types.
If there's anyone who knows more than me about this city, it's him. Unfortunately, Tongue's hiding out at the moment.
Why?
Tongue's laying low because of Therese. Therese Vorman, you know her? Anyway, word is Therese and Tongue are feuding. I don't know the details. Mike takes that Tongue thinks he's about to get whacked, so he's gone underground till Therese calls it off. If you want to put that warehouse into orbit anytime soon, you're gonna have to get Therese to call off the feud.
And where do I find her?
She and her sister Jeanette, they run the asylum. Some freaky customers frequent that place. I try not to do business there.
Okay. What can you tell me about her?
She's the woman around here. Power player. Nice looking broad for a dead chick, but personality like stone.
I had a question about someone else.
Who exactly?
I mean, we could always ask about all these other people again, right? But let's ask him about himself.
What's to tell? I can get anything anyone wants at any time. Could say it's my calling. Till the astrolite. Wasn't anything I couldn't handle. Well, back east some shit went down. Big Apple can't go back. I hate LA, but what are you gonna do?
What are you gonna do? Right? You said something about blood.
Right. You're straight off the bus. Once a month I get fed vampire blood. Heals me faster. Makes me stronger than a normal human. I don't age. By looking at me, you wouldn't realize it, but I'm almost 60.
Damn. Okay, let's ask him some more about himself.
Who exactly?
Oh, never mind. Okay. Let's just ask him about Jeanette again.
Therese I don't like, but I can respect her. Jeanette's different. I don't know what to make of her. She's a little, you know, in the head. I don't know. Therese is, well, like you. And I would think so's Jeanette. But I hear rumors about her.
Okay. Like what?
Call me old-fashioned, but I just can't talk about that kind of thing in front of a woman.
We could be a dick here. Call me old-fashioned, but I believe in need of the balls would make guys talk. I don't remember that being an option, but you know what? Let's do it.
Alright. Jeanette got a body built for bedrooms. And I got close acquaintances says they conquered that territory. But I asked the main man, and he says you types, you know, can't or don't or do that kind of thing. Anyway, whatever she is, I hear Jeanette's a wild girl.
Right. And like I explained, again at the very beginning, vampires don't really have sex in VTMB or in Vampire. Because, well, again, you have to waste blood points just to activate your organs. And it's a waste of time, honestly. Unless, again, you really need to get something. They don't do it. They don't do it for pleasure. It's kind of something you forget about if you are a vampire in this universe. Yeah, let's see someone else. Let's try to ask him about Tongue.
I don't know him myself. I'd like to meet the guy. Kind of a local legend. He and Therese seem to be contenders for this city. He's crafty. Smart guy. I haven't heard anything bad about him.
Okay. I had some questions about other places.
Specifically?
Tell me about, I guess we can ask about the power players again.
Who exactly?
Right. Yeah, that'd be it. Alright, let's ask him about Santa Monica, though.
Specifically?
Know where I can get some guns?
Guns? Guy named Trip up the street. He keeps a few pieces under the table, but he doesn't sell to anybody. Doesn't have a license. I'll give him a call. He'll sell to you. It's the least I can do.
Oh. Well, thanks. Catch you later. But yeah, so Mercurio is a ghoul, as, you know, you can guess. And as he told us, with vampire blood. He's resourceful, and of course, you don't want to screw him over. You want to be a nice to him. So let's try seeing if Trip will sell us anything. We also have, of course, things to sell to him. Like a car stereo. I think it should go for like 75 bucks. So it'd be, you know, not too bad. But also, I mean, you can kind of see what type of game this is. Like, Vampire is a pretty unique game on its own. Like, for example, most RPGs, if you, let's say, I don't know, if you're a knight, you storm a cave, you kill goblins, shit like that, right? You get weapons out of it. Here, it's more like you get car stereos and watches and pill bottles, you get guns, you get other things. It's, peculiar in its own right. Okay. Alright.
Thanks for coming back. What you need?
Let's see. I heard this is the place to pick up some weapons.
Oh, damn it, who told you that?
Mercurio told me you would help me out.
Alright, look, I can't have every Jesse and Jamie off the street, coming in here and asking about this. It's not cool. I'm not exactly licensed, and these weapons aren't precisely legal, if you catch my drift here.
I understand.
Look, now, I appreciate your business, and I'll sell to you, but don't tell anyone else, okay? Keep your nose clean.
Of course.
All right. Come and take a look then.
So, since we already have the 38, he doesn't sell it to us. Otherwise, he would. But we can buy ammo off of him. Other than that, we could sell, like, the baseball bat. We could sell the knife. Things like that. Here, we should look at the requirements real quick. So you do need 3 melee to use the tire iron. It does 14 damage, lethality of 7, with a base damage of 2. This is a little better. It does 8. Requires a little more melee in order to be able to use it. It has same base damage. And then the knife, lethality of 9. It's pretty fucking good. So, as for some of the books, though, let's see. We can get computers for grandma. That's one thing we can get. And we still can't read this, but we can still buy it for $54, but I'm not sure what this one was again. So, let's go ahead and take computers for grandma to increase our hacking skill. So, to begin, put the foot pedal on the desk and push the power button on the metal box. This is the house for your friend computer Chip, the enchanted electronic pixie that can do 4.8 billion calculations per second. Wow, that's fast, Chip. Do you see an image on the magical computer window? Reading this will boost your computer knowledge. So let's go ahead and take that. We could buy some ammo, but there's no real need, at least not right now. We're kind of set with the 17 or so bullets we have. We should be fine. So let's go ahead and read real quick. Where's the book at? Oh, right here, actually. So let's go ahead and read it. There we go. So our stats did go up. If you go back here, computer went up to 2. Otherwise, it would cost us, I think it was 4 to level it up to level 2. 3. Cost us 3. Okay, so now our hacking is much better. So now let's go ahead and sell him some shit.
What you need?
So let's go ahead and sell him a few things first.
All right, here's what we got today.
Because I forgot to do this, actually. We could sell him the steak if we want, but we get nothing out of it. Sell the pill bottle, though. You can sell morphine. I don't think we need the morphine anymore. And we can't sell the astrolite. We can't sell the car stereo, so since our haggling or bartering is so low, it's not going to be, you know, that valuable. Technically, we could pump up our skills a little bit more, but there's no point in doing that. Let's just go ahead and sell the car stereo, and I guess we'll sell a morphine bottle maybe, or we'll hold on to these. Maybe we'll need them later. I don't remember. We'll just keep it like this for now. So, let's talk to him again.
For coming back.
And now let's ask him about the serial killer. So, I was wondering if you heard anything about the serial killer.
Yeah, it's freaking me out, to be honest. I'm open all night, and Santa Monica police don't rank amongst the nation's most worthy.
Are the killings happening around here? You already know, but...
I don't know. I heard earlier someone at the pier got ripped up like that poor bastard in Long Beach the other day.
Interesting.
I'll tell you, crazy stuff happens all the time, and it's like we just get used to it, you know, just going our way, do-do-do. But this, I don't know. These killings are chilling.
Indeed. You should be careful.
So, did you need anything in particular, or...?
No, that's it. Be on my way. So for now, Chip only sells us the 38. Later on, he'll probably sell us some more things. But of course, it's the beginning of the game. We're not going to get a bunch of stuff yet. And also, you can't see it again, but I am being follow spammed again. So it really is a good thing I fucking, like, disabled that. KPA, hey, thanks for following, man. I know you're at least here on chat. Or in the chat. But the others are literally just like, follow spamming. Otherwise, you'd be getting, like, notifications out the ass, and that would suck. I don't want this to ruin the stream again. So, let's look at our quest log again. So, we could do the diner, for example. And find out more about this and what Thin Bloods are. I don't remember what we can do about the Carnival of Death, but I think that will come later. And this we can't do now for sure. So we can also find out more about Bertram Tongue. We'll do that probably maybe after the Thin Blood scenario. Or the Thin Blood quest. So let's go this way. Let's try going to 2nd Street, as we've already been to Main and the beach. So if we go this way... We're now in 2nd Street. And, like, as you can see, like, this is all loaded, which is pretty cool. You can also just go through this alley, if I recall. You don't need to go all the way around, but we were there. Because the blood bank is, like, right here.
Nice night out, huh?
Right? Let's see. Yeah, the blood bank is right here. So yeah, you can just walk through the street and just go this way. But let's try going into the diner then, and then we'll see what's going on, and then maybe we can go into the asylum. Alright, so what do we have here? Typical asylum. We've got a dude here. You know what? Let's save, because we haven't done that in a bit. So, save, and go. Can't talk to these people, but we can try talking to this chick.
What'll it be, honey?
Walls are crawling with rats. Did you know that?
You're the health inspector.
Let me just get my badge and I'll show you.
You know, at least the last health inspector had the decency to make it clear when he was asking for a bribe. Here's $50. I get to live the dream for another exciting month. Yay.
If you'll excuse me, I have other fine establishments to inspect. So that's one way you can just get money.
What'll
right?
it be, honey?
You ever see any pale, kind of strange types in here late at night?
Is that a trick question?
You see any girls hanging out there? Pale girls?
Pale girls. Oh, like the Fitzsimmons albino. Yeah, she hasn't been in here in ages.
You see a couple in here a few months ago? Surfer guy, pretty girl.
Let me think. Oh yeah, about 4 dozen a week.
Have you ever heard the term thin blood?
Thin blood. Sounds familiar. Is that one of those tropical diseases?
Try to remember. Where did you hear it?
I know I've heard that before.
Maybe a kind, strange, pretty girl said something about it recently?
Oh, that girl. Nice girl. First decent human being I've seen in here for years. Not like all the junkies and crazies I normally see. Yeah, I remember her. Yeah, weird. She left a tip, but she didn't order a thing. Yeah, she looked so hungry, too. Just sat there all night with a full glass of water in front of her, talking about this and that. She seemed lonely, a little scared, so I let her stay in the booth until we closed. She left some stuff here. You seem to know her. Why don't you give it back to her if you run into her?
Thanks a lot. I'll be sure to do that. Okay. I think that's it.
What'll it be, honey?
You don't serve my kind here. Goodbye. So we got a few items now, so let's go over and look at those real quick. If we look into our inventory, we have a purse left behind on the in the diner. We've got a bail bond. This is a receipt for a bail bond. The bail bond was for one Rolf Totten, or Totten, maybe. And then we have a girl's photo. A photo of a young woman. The message on the back of the photo reads, August 3rd, Santa Monica. Lily. So we now have some extra clues here. It's kind of interesting how she's like, she looks so hungry too, when obviously, Lily is a vampire, as we know. And it's also kind of funny how she's like, well, it's more like dramatic irony, right? Where she's like, first decent human being I've seen in years, even though she's no longer human. By the way, let's talk to this dude.
Something I can help you with.
Chilly out tonight.
I guess.
Seem preoccupied. Is everything okay?
I don't see how that's any business of yours.
Sorry, I didn't mean to intrude.
Goodbye, then.
And I think that's it. We can't talk to him anymore. Weird. Interesting. But we got a bail bond, so we can go talk to everyone's favorite burpee-infested bail bondsman, Patrick. He should be over here. Yep. A and B Kilpatrick's bail bonds, open 24 hours.
Hello, LA. You're up way past your bedtime, aren't you?
Alright, what do we have here? Office, of course. Some pizza. Neat. Donuts. Neat. A fridge with nothing in it. Dartboard. And we have Kilpatrick's crime pewter. Search a national database for missing and wanted persons. Find information on your neighbors and coworkers. Alright. And I don't think these are password protected, but let's go with A through F. And let's start looking through some of these.
Why are you up so late?
So, bomb. So, Sienna Balm. Bond written 10/9/99. Prostitution. Case number 245682. Second offense. Bond amount 1500. Type of bond cash, paid in full. Notes, local girl. Friend of bondsman who did not know that she was a working girl when he picked her up. Has identified that she carries a contagious case of the cooch devils. Oh no. Well, let's try Plema
Is tonight a rerun?
Mock Plema Comp. Bond written 11/12/03. Public disturbance, drunk, indecent exposure, vandalism. Case 664487. Bond amount 2200. Type of bond cash, paid by credit card. Notes, public urinator. Oh boy. So I guess this answered my question from a bit ago where I was like, I don't remember if this takes before or it takes place before the millennium, but it takes place after it seems. So it is like 2003, 2004. Alright, so Cleaver V.
I see.
Vandal Cleaver. So we know Vandal from the Blood Bank. Bond written 1102. 2 counts of concealment of a deadly weapon. Threats. Case 341800. Bond amount $20,000. Type of bond cash, paid in full. Notes, picked up after a local woman reported being stalked by subject. Found with a knife and stun gun. Holy shit. Good lawyer got this guy's sentence talked down from intent to do bodily harm to restraining order in a matter of hours. So it seems like Vandal lives up to his name. Right.
Thank you, Gomez, and that concludes
Kuget
the
F.
news portion of the show.
Fernando
Well, this
Kuget.
girl's gotta pay her bills, so it's time for a
Okay.
few commercials.
Bond written 6900. Statutory rape. What the fuck? Purchasing alcohol for a minor? Case number 449073. Bond amount 10,000. Type of bond collateral. Car red O2 Powell Persephone. CA or California plates. STP4LDZ.
Is that weak old fish?
Picked up outside the asylum for trying to move a drunk 16-year-old to his car. This ain't Canada, buddy. Holy fuck.
Sir, take a test for me?
Oh man, dude.
Seriously, job these up your
Here, try this.
Virgil Crumb.
Hey.
Bond written 032502.
Fucking great chicken right there. What is this?
It's
Two
friggin' chicken.
counts public disturbance. Drunken nudity, case number 766141. Bond amount 5,000, paid in full. Local void. Subject's corpse identified. Being held at medical clinic's morgue. Authorities notifying next of
I
kin.
mean, friggin' chicken. Friggin'
Hold on. Let me... As much as I love hearing the commercials, it is kind of like a little drowning. Let's try going back to A through F. Because it's really good commercials too. Like that's if you were hearing it, they're trying to be like, try this chicken, now try our chicken, and they're like, that's some good fucking chicken. The commercials in this game are fucking great. So Michael Muddy Durbin, bond written 030504. Assault, prior conviction for Grand Theft Auto. Prior conviction for robbery. Case number 777121. Bond amount 10K. Type of bond, collateral 01 Corvega. Color gray. Notes, three-peat offender. Really wouldn't be surprised if this guy tries to run. Alright. So that's it for these. Let's try G through M. So Grady, let's see. Carl Grady, bond written 040201. Possession with intent to distribute. Bond amount 25,000. Type of bond. Property house in Ocean's Way, Santa Monica. Notes local surfer. I think this was the guy that we just went ahead and killed. I believe so. Iverson M. Mitch the Tabby Iverson. Concealment firearm. 10,000 paid in full. Guy's got a big purple blotch on his face that'll make you sick. Update 3/2202. Deceased. Chunk of him washed ashore last week. Holy fuck. Wait, what the fuck? Oh, okay, sorry. Because I was thinking, like, one of the cases that we saw was done in 04. This update's from 02. This guy's been dead for a while. Alright, let's try Kramer. You recognize that name. So, Ansel Gretel Kramer. Bond written in 03. Prostitution. Bond of 3,000 paid in full. This is what we used to call a jack-in-a-box. Wind her up and something's going to pop out. Oh boy. Mateo M. Mike Mateo, bond written, battery prior conviction for possession, case number amount 5K. Another local Santa Monica, used to be a swell place to live. And then more C. Oh. Chad Moore. Public disturbance, 2,000. Collateral, 50 copies of console game Red Asphalt. 40 copies of PC game Arcanum. Brought him in for excessive talking smack at the local arcade. I don't remember if these are Activision titles. They might be. And if they are, that's fucking funny. That they're like, hey, we brought this guy in for dealing games. Alright. Let's go to N through R. So, Nelson B. Brian Nelson. 10K paid in cash for battery. Local thug threw some guy who was allegedly trying to buy drugs from him down the beach access stairs. So here's another dude that we killed, unfortunately for these guys. Olsen O. Orion Olsen. DUI, 15,000? Jesus fuck, dude. Guy drove his SUV through a bookstore. Oh, well, that's why. But since there wasn't a coffee shop inside, there were no casualties. Oh, can't believe how fucking topical this is. Even back in 2004. Bobby Pedroso. Robbery, 20K. Collateral. Robbed a convenience store in Hollywood. Okay. Perillo T. Thunder Perillo. Bond written in so-and-so. Identity theft. 10K. Type of bond collateral. One Russian woman. Charged with impersonating a cotter. Fuck. Steve Rhodes. Let's see. Type of bond collateral. Steve stuff. Oh, bond written 02-2004. Why? Just because. What? A bond for 5K? He just looks suspicious. They shouldn't just keep him in jail, so they should just keep him in jail so he doesn't have the chance to pull off the crime everyone suspects he's bound to. What the fuck? What the fuck is this? Imagine you just get fucking arrested because you look suspicious. Oh man. Alright, Schmidt A. He's Grand Theft Auto, 10K. I don't think the car he put up for collateral is his. Okay. And then Silvers are Roddy Silvers. Animal cruelty. What the fuck? 17,000 with a hunting rifle? Or a collateral hunting rifle? Just because an animal's rare doesn't mean you should sneak into the zoo and eat it before it goes extinct. Holy fuck, dude. Toten R. Oh? Rolf Toten. Immigration. Case number so-and-so, amount 15,000. Type of bond, collateral car, red, Lightning Bird, 77, California plate, GOYCONI. Wireless it's a 0. Go back to Germania, pal. We don't take the euro in these parts. Oh no. And then Valentine I. Isabel Valentine. Battery, 5,000, paid in full. She's got a rep for beating the snot out of the locals? What the fuck? Okay. I think that's it, right? Yeah, that's it. Those are all the dudes that we've you know, come across. So we found a reference to Rolf Tolton in Arthur's crime computer. His car is so and so. Perhaps you should find his car. So, interesting then. We can go ahead and find that. It's probably in the parking lot. Let's go ahead and talk to Mercurio, or not Mercury, sorry, Kilpatrick, real quick, since he's over here. Although we might want to stay a little further back from, you know.
Hello there. How you been?
Hi.
Welcome to Kilpatrick 24-hour bail bonds. My name's Arthur Kilpatrick. How can I help you?
You can stop kissing my ass, fat boy. Or, you run this place, I assume.
Yep, sure do. I'm a third-generation bondsman. Got a few employees, but I handle most every aspect of the business.
I don't see any employees, Arthur.
I gotta have a few other bondsmen to keep the place open 24 hours, plus a bounty hunter. I pull the graveyard shift because that's when all the crazy shit happens in Santa Monica.
Bounty hunter. Now that's gotta be an interesting job.
You betcha. I used to do some bounty hunting back in the day. Takes a good solid set of brass balls. Pardon the expression, Missy, but it takes balls to be a good bounty hunter.
Is the bounty hunter you have good? Or if it's the bounty hunter you have now, any good?
Yep, damn good. His name's Carson, and he's great at what he does when he wants to do it. I can't seem to find him now, though. He's pissing me off, to be honest. I need him to go find someone.
Maybe you can use the bounty hunter you had before Carson.
His name's Knox. I can't seem to find him now, too.
I think I heard that name before.
Well, I don't feel right cutting Carson loose just yet. We go way back. I knew his father, too. Tell you what, since I'm stuck here, why don't you go look for him? Just real quick. I'll pay you for your time.
Sure. Where should I look for him?
Great. I suppose the first place you should look is his apartment in Santa Monica Suites. Apartment 1, I think it is. Maybe you'll find something there to let you know where he's got himself to. Here's a key card. That'll let you in.
Okay. Before I go, can you answer a question?
Sure, honey. What is it?
Have you heard about the murders in town?
Yeah, they're saying there was a murder down by the pier, just like the one the other day down in Long Beach. Just vicious. Tore 'em up. They're saying it's a serial killer.
What are the cops doing about it?
Well, typically when things like this happen, the cops ratchet up the patrols and start hauling in more suspicious types. Could be good for me.
If you say so. A few more questions if you don't mind.
Sure, honey. What is it?
Never mind. So, that's Kilpatrick's crime computer. So now we have some info. Bondsman Arthur Kilpatrick wants you to locate his bounty hunter Carson and ask him to return to work. Carson lives in Santa Monica Suites, apartment 1. So that's back with Mercurio, if I recall correctly. Since that's the only, like, keycard locked door that we've seen so far. That we've had, like, the ability to interact with, but to an extent. The end is here. Normally this guy's, like, shouting about, you know, the end of the world. He's not doing so right now, which is a shame. But, okay. So, let's see. Anything else this way? I don't think so, besides the asylum. I'm pretty sure that's it. Yeah, and then we have... what's this? Smoke shop. Which we can't go into. Anything else? Nope. So let's try going back through the garage here, or the car park. Mainly, so we can try to see if we can find that red car. And maybe... see if we can find something on it. So if we go this way, maybe... There's a red van, but not a red sports car. Oh, here's one of them. Oh. You can open it back. Got a diary and a tire iron. So we could take that if we, you know, didn't have one already. So let's see what we have from this book. So it is a diary. Seems to be a woman's diary. 4:30:03. I met a guy today at the asylum. He's so beautiful. Oh my god. His name is Rolf and he's from Germany. European men are just so classy compared to boring California boys. He asked to see me tomorrow night. Wonder if he's rich. He looks rich. I'm gonna go shopping tomorrow and pick up something that won't make me look like a big fat pig. Can't wait to see him. 5:21:03. I think it's getting serious with Rolf. He told me he wanted to give me something very special next week. And if it's what I think it is, it's about damn time. I thought Europeans were supposed to be less uptight about this sort of thing. Oh boy. So yeah, like a month goes by basically. I woke up at 9 p.m. today. That would be strange in itself, except I don't remember going to sleep last night. In fact, I don't remember anything since last Saturday, when Rolf was over. I woke up late again. I haven't eaten anything in 4 days. I don't know what's wrong with me. Rolf came over last night. He said the reason I hadn't been eating it was because I needed blood. He said it was all I could eat now, and that I wouldn't feel hungry anymore if I drank some. He had a bag of it from the local bank. I tried to refuse, but I couldn't. What's happening to me? Rolf said he's gonna leave soon. He said people are trying to force him out of the country. He didn't say anything about taking me with him. I had to bail Rolf out of jail today. He was arrested because his visa expired. He looked frightened. I'm afraid he's going to leave. I haven't seen or heard from Rolf since last night, or since the night I bailed him out. I don't know what to do. I thought he cared about me. Why did he do this to me? I talked with this guy I met Surfside until 5 this morning. When I told him I had to go, I felt like Cinderella. He seemed like a prince. I met that guy from the Surfside again. He has no idea what I am. I brought E, the guy from Surfside, back to my apartment last night. He said he's going back to Australia in a few days, now that the tournament's coming to an end. I don't want him to leave. I've never felt this way about someone before, not even Rolf. He kissed me last night, and I couldn't stop myself from biting into his neck. But I drank too much, and I gave him my blood to save him. When I explained it all to him, he said he never wanted to see me again. What have I done? I haven't been able to feed since that night with E. I'm afraid of what will happen. I remember Rolf brought blood from the blank. Brought blood from the blood bank. God damn. Maybe if I can sneak in, I can grab a few bags and get out before anyone catches me. So this is Lily's diary, from what we can assume, right? And, well, here we get some more information again about vampires. Like, hey, well, they don't need to eat anymore. Now you just drink blood. There was something else here that I was going to mention. What was it? Right, this. The waking up part. So here she says, like, hey, you know, I woke up late. I haven't eaten. I don't know what's wrong with me. And once again, with the tabletop game in Vampire the Masquerade, whenever daylight is coming, you as a player start to feel weak. So essentially, of course, with the sunrise, of course, you don't want to be exposed to the sun. And normally what you have to do is try to get back to your haven as quickly as possible and try to go to bed if you can. Like, sleep in your room, which is normally blacked out. The windows are covered, or there's blackout curtains, or whatever, right? Or you sleep in a basement. Normally that's what happens. Because if you stay up, let's say the sun rises at 7, wherever you're at, 7 in the morning, what'll normally happen is you'll start to feel weak by 7 a.m. And then let's say you try to stay up. You can spend blood points to try to stay up until, let's say, 8 in the morning. But then after that, it gets much harder and harder and harder to try to stay up. And you can keep wasting blood points if you really want to. Let's say you're really trying to get back home. For some reason, you can't. Let's say you're out or something happens, right? Or you're researching and you're about to, like, finish it. And, you know, role-playing wise, you spend the blood points, right? You can stay up. But then eventually you will collapse. You will pass out. Wherever the hell you're standing. If it's because it's sun out, and of course, well, sun is bad for vampires, blah blah blah, right? So it's pretty neat that they do talk about that here to an extent. This is a video game, so we're obviously never going to see the sun, right? But if we were, or if we look at the past experiences of other people, then they kind of feel really tired. And they can't really sleep well, right? Because they're probably used to going to bed at, let's say, maybe 1 in the morning, maybe midnight, maybe 11 p.m., right? And now they're like waking up when the sun is down. Because that's normally what your body will do, at least in Vampire. It'll wake up around the time sun is going down. So that way, you know, you can get as much as you can out of the day. Or night, right? Alright. So let's continue here. So we know she's at the blood bank. So then, let's try going to Main Street. So we could go to the blood bank. We might do that in a bit. Let's try going here first and then to the blood bank. Okay, so here, open this. And what do we have? A locked chest. What's the difficulty on this? 8. So we can't do it even with blood buff. Right now, our lockpicking's at 3. To get it up to 5 before we can blood buff our way into that, whatever it might be. We have a poster here. Amalia. Oh, this picture's in like HD now. Oh, what the fuck? Oh, that's really cool. If they were able to patch it in, because otherwise it would be very blurry, kind of like this, I believe, and then you only are able to read the text. It's kind of cool that they restored it somewhat. A clip of money. So we got 25 bucks.
Check. Is this thing recording? God, I hate these things. Anyway, the McGee case is getting weirder all the time. I found where he's been hiding and I saw some really creepy stuff down there. There was no sign of McGee. I'm gonna follow up on another lead I got too. I updated the files on the computer. This is Carson signing off. Man, that sounds stupid.
Is that it? Yeah, I think that's it. Okay, we've got bottles here, alcohol, and a computer. So, let's see what we can find in the McGee tab. And we could crack the password, more than likely, but the password is going to be Amalia. Like I said, they'll try to give you a hint as to what a password might be in a certain area. So, let's go ahead and see what we can do. So let's try location. McGee is hiding in the tattoo parlor in Santa Monica. Okay, we kind of know where that's at. What about key? Don't forget the key to the tattoo parlor. It's on top of the TV. Okay. And I think that's it for this, right? Yeah. So, up here, it's right there. You can barely see it, too. If our perception was higher, of course, we'd be seeing a lot more of those, but we don't have high perception. So, that's for now. I mean, it's a good thing I remember where most of these things are, like, early on. Later on, we might be missing things if we don't pump up our perception. Actually, how many experience points do we have right now? I think we might have enough for something. We have 7. So we should bring things up. Maybe manipulation, perhaps, or maybe more charisma. That might be good. Anything else that we can do? Finance, investigation. Yeah, we could do inspection, or we could do some more of this. Maybe intimidation, perhaps, because we haven't put any points into it. We could pump one of these for 3 as well. One of these too. This will still cost 3. That wouldn't be too bad. Have more research. Maybe have more investigation. I really want to probably do more lockpicking. But I also kind of want to do more scholarship so we can have other books. So let's go with this instead for now. And there we go. Oh, also, our humanity, if you look there at the very top, it's been going up. So that's pretty rad. I think we started with, let's see, how much is it? 3, 6, 7? We started with 7 out of 10. And we've gotten 2 for helping people out. Behaving like a human, dare I say. Okay, so we could go to the tattoo shop, which I believe is down the road there. So let's do the blood bank first, and then go over there. If we check our log, actually, we should have more information. After entering Carson's apartment, you found some information about the last case he's working on. You mentioned something about the tattoo parlor. Perhaps you need to go there next. Now you have located Lily's journal. Her last entry mentioned a plan of hers to break into the local blood bank. That's true. So let's go back. So, Vandal, we know, has been known to kidnap women. So let's hope that's not the case here anymore. Because it seems like Lily came in here and then just vanished. Do you have anything else to say?
Fix?
Let's get into the back room.
Employees only. Them's the rules of the queen bitch herself.
It's okay. The queen bitch gave me her okay. Go ahead, call her.
She did, huh? Queen bitch told me never to let anyone back there. I remember her repeating it over and over in that cold, pretentious voice of hers.
Go ahead, call her.
Opened.
Don't worry, I won't make too much of this.
Oh no, wouldn't like that, queen bitch. Queen bitch would say no. Oh no, wouldn't like that, queen bitch. Queen bitch would say
So,
no
I believe
to that.
it's this door.
Mustn't do
Yeah, this is the one that's now open.
Yes.
So, we still want to be careful around here. Because, I mean, we did say, hey, the queen bitch let us in. But Vandal knows that the other employees probably don't. What do we have in here? Freezer. Okay. Oh, and inside we have boxes. Okay. I know there's like something in here, if I recall. Or is it on the other one? Let's find out. Could have sworn there was a... Well, we'll see if the other doors happen. Like, that one had nothing. This one's got... nothing that I can see. Nothing there. Nothing in that box. Or container, I mean. Nothing there. Nothing there. Nothing up there. Move this stuff. Just have it, like, rattle. Stack boxes, but it'll do us anything. Yeah. Okay. Let's get out. Let's check this last one. In here. Yep. Let's see if we have anything. I could have sworn there was a blood pack in one of these. At least one of them. Oh. Let me check the first one more time, just to make sure I'm not crazy. I could have sworn it was, like, honestly, like, somewhere here. If our perception was higher, it'd be, you know, highlighted, and we'd be able to see it. But, no, I guess not. Okay. Might be misremembering, or it might have gotten patched out or something. Alright, let's keep looking. Laundry room, and this is a locked room that we can't open at all. Plank of wood. Okay. Can we do anything about this? So we can move this. Okay. Looks like we're in another area now. Let's come back to this in a bit. Let's go this way first. So, Vandal's room is locked, so we can't go there. We can try to lockpick this again. Just for the experience. And it's done. Let's see what this door has. Okay, it's got something in it. What about this last one? You know, for a blood bank, it's lacking staff, even, I guess, this late. Let's see what we have in here. Freezers. Alright. Yeah, let's try to hack it. So, ambrosia. Alright. So we have temperature. Freezer 1, -10, -12, and -2. What about the passcode? 1969. Okay. Let's go back. Let's try going back to those freezers real quick. Maybe we missed something. Maybe. I think there might have been a numpad in one of these. So let's see. Unless it is a different location. Oh, there it is. Look at that. So we do 1, 9, 6, 9. And then enter. That should have done it, I think. No? Did it open something else, perhaps? Maybe in one of the other ones? Let's see. Not this one. What about this one? No. Okay, so I don't know if it took my password there. 1969. Oh, let's try it again. No, it seems like it did take it. It's not letting me do it again. Password succeeded. So it opened something. This. There we go. Ah. Okay. There's blood. Oh. And, here's Lily.
Hunger. I need it. A drop of it on my tongue, sliding down my throat. The hot flash in my brain lighting up my body. I can smell it everywhere. Blood.
What happened to you?
Let me go. It's painful. Like I'm going to die. It's calling. Never felt like this before. Let me go. I can smell it. I have to have it.
Hold still. I'll let you go.
You don't look well at all. Oh, sweet mother of God!
The heat. It's never been so satisfying. All of it. I drank until I heard his heart stop, and I was sucking on a dry, dead artery. It was euphoric. But I've killed him. I've never killed anyone before. What happened? What came over me?
The beast took over. It happens.
Beast? What is that? Why couldn't I stop myself? Why did it feel so right?
Calm down. It's alright.
I tried to steal some blood. I heard they sold it. I was hungry, and I can't hunt in town. They caught me, and I was trapped. Thought I'd never escape, but I killed a man. I have to get out of here.
Who are you?
My name is Lily.
Lily? You're the one E told me about.
E? You know E? How do you know E?
I said I'd help him. What do you know about Thin Bloods?
I tried to tell E about his condition, but he was so furious at me for what I'd made him into, he wouldn't listen. A Thin Blood, from what I've been told, is a vampire whose blood is weaker than most.
Go on.
Rolf, my sire, told me some vampires consider Thin Bloods a bad omen and want them destroyed. Rolf wasn't a Thin Blood, and apparently I am. I don't know why. Rolf abandoned me. His group wouldn't take me in. They said I was a liability. He left me with so many questions. And I did the same thing to E, but I didn't want to leave E. He forced me out of his life. I should go. I have to get out of here. Maybe out of the city. Soon.
Now, we could just tell her, yeah, you can get out of here. Or we can be nice, of course, and be like, you should go see E. He said he forgives you. He wants to see you.
E doesn't hate me anymore?
No, quite the opposite. You should talk to him.
I'll go see him. Thank you.
Wait a sec. I don't do rescues pro bono.
Oh, about tonight, what I did? Please, don't tell E. It's not my fault. I couldn't control it. I've never done anything like this before. I'm no killer.
What's my silence worth? Again, this chick came here to steal blood. She obviously didn't have money to buy blood. I don't know why it's giving us options to, like, extort her for money. Doesn't matter. I promise, Lily, it's not your fault. You couldn't help it. Goodbye.
Why'd you have to go and let that bitch out? There's one less Phil in the world now. Why'd you have to let her go and eat him, huh? Now I'll never get to do in that bastard myself. Well, you know what? No blood for you. No more!
You're lucky. If I hadn't freed her, friends were going to shoot up the place.
That's interesting. A missed opportunity. Guns make people cocky. They never appreciate what a skilled hand married to a knife can do. All you have to do is get close enough to cut off the trigger finger. Or their face. You like to talk, don't you? I want to hear a story. Tell me, what's the best way you violenced up someone? I want to hear every grisly detail. If I like your story, I'll sell you some blood.
I'm no killer.
Blood comes from out of the living. From all kinds in a red torrent. A crimson seep at the speed of a heartbeat. For each drop, a teeny bit of life shed. You don't care how it's got, as long as it is. You'll be begging for it, and not getting any.
Whatever. So, unfortunately, if we had, I think, more intimidation, we can just intimidate him into selling his blood again. Otherwise, I think you can tell him a story, and he'll, like, be happy with that. Otherwise, I don't think he's gonna sell us any more blood. We can try.
Now serving number 26?
Right.
Blood don't grow on trees.
What can I do to make up for the girl I freed?
Now that you let that one go, I have to go out and find someone else to fill the chair. But it's kind of chilly out, and now that my co-pilot's been devoured, I'm flying solo. I need a new body. Find another donor and I'll whip up a fresh batch.
Damn. So we could probably try the intimidation thing again if we improve it, or why don't I pay you an amount you think is fair to overlook this?
Fair? How fair?
$100.
Fair is double that.
Okay, then forget I said anything. Let's try that again.
Blood don't grow on trees.
So we could try something else.
Now that you let that...
So where should I look?
The bitch who owns me and this place runs the asylum. Lots of young, stupid blood there. Not like the putrid, stinking, vagrant blood we so often get. Don't shed any at the club, though. No. The missus, she don't appreciate it.
Fine, I'll check out the asylum. Goodbye. So...
Now serving number 26?
We could try to...
Number 26?
Get someone else here. And you can convince...
26.
You can convince someone at the club to come here and be the new fucking guinea pig. So if we want to be mean, we can do that, and we probably will just to show it off. Let's see. So now we can go for the bounty hunter. Well, let's look at the other ones real quick. You found Lily, freed her, and got information about Thin Bloods. You should go talk to me. So we can do that in a bit. Let's try going to the tattoo parlor, because it's down the road here. So it should be this way, actually. Right. No, this ain't the right way. Oh no. The asylum's this way, so it is this way. So go here and then this way. Am I doing? Going the wrong way. Okay, so the tattoo shop. Professional body piercing. Devil's brand. I didn't mean to do this. Get off him. Oh, no. That was fucking horrible. Let's load this. I meant to press E, I pressed F by accident. We fucking fed on the hobo. Oh, well, now you see what happens if you feed on someone out in broad daylight. You get charged with criminal assault for starters. Alright, so here's the tattoo parlor. What were we looking for again? Right, McGee. Let's do. Let's see if we can find anything here. Hands. A phone ringing. Basement. A tattoo gun or needle. Are they called tattoo guns? I don't fucking know. Phone. Anything else? Just a boiler. TV that we can't turn on, and a bed. Imagine living down here. That'd be pretty weird. Quick cash for modeling. Call Gimbal's Prosthetics. Huh. Oh no. Can't show feet on Twitch. People will get, might get me banned. Hello?
Hello? Might I speak with Mr. McGee?
He doesn't seem to be here at the moment. Can I help you?
Well, I'm not sure. I had an appointment with him a few days ago, but he never seemed to show up. Do you know when he'll return?
I don't know, actually. What sort of appointment was this?
Well, Mr. McGee was going to be doing some modeling for me. Medical reference for the work that I do here in the studio. It's a shame, really. The proposition would have been quite lucrative for him.
Really? Well, maybe I can come down and model for you.
Why, yes, that sounds delightful. Perhaps you could come down to my studio and we can sort out the details.
Sounds good. Where are you located?
I'm at the end of Main Street, small basement studio. The sign says Gimbal's Prosthetics. Just ring the buzzer and I'll let you in.
Sounds good. I'll be there in a little while. There we go. So, we can go back and try to find a studio. Okay, so a studio should be at the end of the street here. Let's check what the log says, actually. While searching McGee's parlor, you found a connection to Stan Gimbal, a maker of prosthetic devices. He is willing to answer your questions about McGee if you go by his shop, which is located at the end of Main Street in a small basement studio. So yeah, he's all the way over there. Speaking of, how much money do we have? 150 bucks. Okay. It's also weird that we're using Lily for, like, a blood bag, if that makes sense. Considering that, well, she was a vampire, you know? Either way.
Yes? May I help you?
Hello. I spoke with you on the phone a little while ago.
Oh, right. I'll buzz you in.
Thanks.
Hello! Welcome to Gimbal's Prosthetics and Medical Supplies. You're here for the modeling job? Good. You seem to have rather well-developed limbs, if you don't mind me saying so.
Who are you?
Oh, yes, forgive me. My name is Gimbal. Stanley Gimbal. But, oh, dear, let us dispense with formalities. You can call me Stan.
Nice to meet you, Stan. I'm ready to get started if you are.
Aha! An eager participant. Very good. Just give me a few moments to get my equipment ready, and then come on in and we'll get started.
Okay. Now, I was going to ask him more about himself, but... oh well. But as you can see, he's got a prosthetic hand. So, well, let's just wait around for a little bit. Let's see what we can find. The LA Sun, again. Some magazines. What do we have? World War III. Lieutenant Robert Barnes. When he speaks, people die. Exclusive. It's rain and hellfire for Christians. The cold fusion bomb. Is it fair? John Beige University students speak out. The best damn war I've ever been. Hooker Magazine. 10 easy steps to increase your hourly earnings. What? The benefits of working quid pro quo. Carl Rav's guide. How to be a better pimp. Oh no. Bitch frenzy. In the news. Dog gang rampages the city of angels. Jeez, Nifty, where? Special report. Do puppies really need to... The fuck? Motor Whore magazine. Barely Blowout Smith away. What the fuck? I forgot how cool some of the magazines in this game are. They're just so messed up. Oh, Gimbal. Well, he's taking an awful long time. Why don't we, go in? This music is nice, though. Oh. Let's just step it. Oh. Where'd the happy music go? We have mannequins. Legs. Okay. Mannequin arms and other parts, $26.50. Whole mannequin on sale, $125. Prosthetic limbs varies per customer. Crash test dummies, $450. Amputees must wait up front. Interesting. Interesting little basement studio Gimbal has. Some prosthetic heads just on a shelf. No big deal, right? Why would they need that? I'm not sure. Limb prosthetics and mobility aids. Stan Gimbal. Can we get in here? It's locked. Well, we're seeing some anatomy pictures. The anatomy of a breast. Something says bingo, so he's highlighted something. Might be able to find another copy of it somewhere else. A camera pointing this way. Let's see. Anatomy of fetus, or at least a womb. Some skeletons. Call Bill Thursday. Giddy. Yes. Arms. Crank. 4-5. I'm not sure what that says. It's a little blurry. Some more pictures. Okay. Well, hey Gimbal. Where are you, man? It's getting kind of creepy down here. Oh? Oh my. Dad. Under there. And then the same collection of images back there. These. Another door here with some other prosthetic stuff. Or, not prosthetics, but, tools. Okay, a chisel that's been bloodied. A knife that's been bloodied. Probably, this might be a bone knife? Or it's just a serrated knife? It's kinda... This area's kinda fucked up. Oh yeah. This place is really fucked up. Wheel sheet. Same things again. Operating table. This is a really, really, really long studio basement, you know? Let's pass these doors.
Huh? Oh, hey, help! You gotta get me out of here, man. This guy's a freaking nut job.
Who, Gimbal?
Who, Gimbal? Yeah, Gimbal. That guy's been taking pieces off of me and McGee over here for the last 3 days. He's crazy, man. Freaking crazy.
Okay, how do I open this door? Oh, Gimbal's here. In that case, let's go ahead and just quickly fight Gimbal, right? Just wombo combo him. And he's gone.
Thanks, man. You're a lifesaver. I wasn't sure I was gonna make it. I'm telling you, I've been on some weird cases, but this one takes the cake.
You're Carson, I take it?
Yeah, that's me. How did you know?
Arthur Kilpatrick sent me.
He did? Oh man, that's solid. I owe that guy big. I hope I can figure out a way to get him back for this.
He's got some work for you, so you should head back to the office.
What? Oh no, man. No, not for me anymore. Look at my hand. Gimbal took my trigger finger for a trophy. I'm all through with this business. I hate to leave Arthur in a lurch, but that's just the way it is.
Oh, dude, that sucks. Man. You hear that dog barking? I think it's Old Yeller. Oh no. I understand. Well, I'll give him the bad news. See ya.
Thanks again. Don't worry, I'll take care of old Stumpy here.
Yeah, better come back with the police. Well, that was Gimbal, and we get a severed arm as a weapon. Ain't that cool? So before we had our tire iron, but now we can just go ahead and swap on over to an arm. Woo! It's all floppy. What are we? Yeah, look at that. God, that's fucked up, dude. And we can swing with it, of course. It's a fast weapon. Just do a jump attack. And then forward slashes. Yep. Alright, let's look at this item. Let's get our weapons real quick. So, tire iron, heavy, metal, blunt. Could be useful for fixing a flat. Sure. Baseball bat. Once a signature crack of this equipment conjured images of America's pastime. Now it has evolved to the brutal chorus of a thug song. Some knives throughout their entire existence are never used for any malicious purpose. This ain't one of them. A severed arm. Although the previous owner probably misses it, you can still put it to good use. So if you look at this thing, the damage potential is pretty okay. I think right now it's bad because we don't have the melee combat for it. So for example, this requires 3, 4, 4, and 6. If you look at our character sheet, our melee's right now at 3. So it's kind of low. But we could pump it up and get to 4 and start using some of the other weapons a little better. And you can see McGee over there. It's kind of weird that he's like, yeah, I'm looking for Mr. McGee. Maybe just to lure other people, other workers perhaps. But this is fucked up. Like, it's a pretty fucked up mission. I don't think there's anything else here. No, not there. Don't think there's anything there or there. Nope, that seems to be it. Yeah, not saying anything. So, if you're wondering again why I chose this game, like, as a horror title to play, at least right now in October, this is one of the reasons. It's you know, it's pretty fucked up, like, this shit. Like, imagine you show up for hand modeling, all of a sudden you get kidnapped, and the dude wants to, you know, just cut parts out of you for the hell of it. It's pretty fucked. Yeah, it's pretty creepy, isn't it? And this we still can't open. There's nothing in there, though, I think, that we can get. Nah, that's it. And back to the nice music. Alright. Let's wrap up a few things before we end the stream here, because we're getting close to the end. Let's go ahead and wrap up, where is it? Here, the Bounty Hunter mission. And then let's wrap up with the Thin Blood one, and we'll call it here. So let's just finish those quests. So the beach is over here, so let's just quickly do this. And then from here we can go straight to Kilpatrick. Now, one thing you can do with Kilpatrick, I won't be able to show it off because I don't have any stats in it, but if you have Seduction, he's one of the few characters you can seduce and have sex with. Can't remember why, but if you remember from the clinic, we found out that Kilpatrick has herpes. So if you end up doing that, your character canonically has herpes. That's pretty fucked up.
Hi.
How'd it go with E?
This life's been hard on him. Both of us. But he forgives me. We're leaving soon. I have some family with a place out in the middle of nowhere in Oregon. It should be okay for us to stay out there, as long as we're together.
Vampires in Love. You guys make a great airport paperback. Oh, if only they knew what would come like 4 years after this game came out. Alright, let's talk to E.
You brought my Lily back. She told me all about what happened. I don't know why you helped us, but your blood's worth bottling. I'll never let her go again. Thank you.
You're welcome, E. Keep her safe.
We're gonna be getting out of LA soon. Too dangerous here. Rosa told us something big's about to happen, and I don't want to be here when the jack comes out of the box. Take that for what you will.
Jack comes out of the box. I like the sound of that. Goodbye, E. Alright, so that's this quest done. Now let's talk to Kilpatrick and let him know, hey, this is what happened. Who knows? He might have a bounty hunter position open, and then maybe we can do some. Who knows? Find out. Okay, so let's go the other way. This way. He's all the way at the end.
No.
It's interesting how we're not walking like super fast when compared to combat. When in combat, we're moving outrageously quick. Alright, Kilpatrick.
What's shaking?
Found Carson. Unfortunately, he's not coming back.
What? Ain't coming back? What do you mean he ain't coming back?
His trigger finger got cut off by a psychopath.
Man, that's a tough one. Bounty hunter ain't no good without his trigger finger. Well, hell, that really leaves me in hot water, boy. Gonna cost old Arthur real good.
What's the problem?
I got this guy with a sheet a mile long, put in on 3 warrants. His girlfriend put up for the bond, and now he missed the court date. I can't get in touch with either of them. Want a job?
You haven't paid me for finding Carson yet.
Oh, yeah. Sorry about that. Here you are.
Thanks. About that job.
Well, it won't be much of a job since you ain't licensed and all, but until I can get me another bounty hunter, I need you to find out if this guy skipped town or what.
Okay. So you just want me to find out if he's here or not?
Yeah, no body attachment or nothing. Just find out if he's here or where he went. I'll pay you. Deal?
I suppose I can do that.
Great, all right. The guy's name is Mike Durbin. Goes by the name Muddy. His girlfriend put up for his bond. She lives over there above Tripp's pawn shop. Her name is Marion Murrieta, but I haven't been able to get in touch with her.
So what's this guy's record like?
Well, he was brought up on manslaughter charges years back, but he got acquitted. Since then, he's been in and out for this and that. Small-time stuff, mostly.
Okay, and what did he do this time?
Most recently, he was brought in as part of a big case on stolen auto parts. It's this big chop shop thing that's going on in Santa Monica. Been in the paper.
Okay, so above the pawn shop, right?
That's right. Mary Ann Murrieta, in them crappy places above the pawn shop. Find out where the hell Muddy is, where is he going, whatever. But be careful. You're not licensed, and if anything bad goes down, I don't know you. You hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
All right. Come back when you got some info. Thanks in advance.
Yeah, that's it. I'll let you know as soon as I find something. Okay, so we got paid. And... alright. We've got our quest log updated. Yeah. We've got quite a few things left for, you know, tomorrow's stream, more than likely. We've got to jump into bail, so we can try to find out what happened with this muddy guy. We can try to find another victim for Vandal. And then we can try to see if we can find anything about Tongue. But in order to get to him, we have to talk to Therese Vorman. So she'll more than likely want us to do something for her, right? Besides that, we just have to keep finding out more about the killer, and that should be it. So, yeah, got quite a bit of things to do. Let's go ahead and save. And yeah, let me get ready to wrap this up. Let's go to